Okay, I'll stop acting. So now we are going to start on the next phase of, catching up on story times with Withered Shine. We got lots and lots of story nodes to go through. 33 of them, in fact. So we will be starting post-face. I just need to do a couple things. Try to drum up some interest. Especially... Blue skis. Let me... Okay, that should go through. Hopefully. Just on FB as well. Yes. Up here. I'll make a Twitter post real quick. Just cause why not? Why not? Make a post. Okay, hopefully that'll grab a couple of bites. Maybe, maybe not. We shall see. There we go, yeah. Okay, so we got story to do, and story to go through. So let's start the Hymn of Time. With fingers dancing across the strings, the bard weaves a soft saga in a murmured song. Let's play the story. In the corner of another world, humans sleep eternally. Half a bottle left. Gotta be careful with this. Underneath the ragged, holy cloak, his big frame shows no sign of importance. He takes off his water bottle and gives it to the person next to him who's making raspy noises. Thank you. A pale young man takes the bottle, tapping it gently, listening to the water hit the metal. And then he carefully unscrews the cap, tilts his head back, and lets a few drops of water trickle into his mouth. Once we get through this to the canyon, well... He's not wasting his breath on another word. The aurora hangs overhead like blue flames, and a man at the front raises his lamp again. Dirty, ragged refugees form a long line, trudging across the snowy wasteland and through broken rock canyons. Painting reindeer are pushed forward with sticks, and their saddlebags almost empty. Rich and poor, educated and simple, famous and unknown, they all walk together. These refugees are an army without a home. They've left behind their grapes, olives and figs, their useless tech, their altars, fireplaces and graves. This land was once theirs, but their homeland has been completely destroyed. They refuse to board the spaceships, wanting only to stay here. What's that sound? Broken walls sound crooked at the canyon's end, like a statue pointing to the sky. The worn echo wall stretches the sounds from their destination into long, echoing sounds. Oh. English. Time has stolen the light. In the struggle against the relentless storm. The music cuts through cold wind. Its slightly off-key sound making it seem like a dream. Where once the heavens smiled,
There stand the mountains.
Waken or sleep forever, who can say? A faint sound in their ears gets clearer, giving the tired travelers hope. The refugees finish their long journey, heading toward the camp. The minstrel's fingers dance on the strings, humming a story. Around the fire, people remember the past, carried by the music. A woman with pink hair sits among the others, listening quietly to the song. Sing with joy. Though surrounded by grief, there was a place where joy once reigned. Barniga, huh? Mountains stood tall and rivers were rushing there. A pure land defended by brave people. They lit the dark with candles.
Their spirits will never fade.
The first fusion reactor, the first permanent moon base, and the promise of reason and prosperity.
Walk upon the dust of golden years.
The Tycho telescope, the Dawn 3 spaceship, and colony ships being built on the moon. People go back to the universe they dream of, feeling the same sunlight as their ancestors. Long ago, visitors from beyond gave life to our planet. It was covered in fire and lava. And when the golden age came, those big questions in our genes seemed like we could finally answer them. Those were the good old days. The man in the cloak sits his hot soup, letting out a relieved sigh. The campfire's bright flames reflect in his cloudy eyes, showing the world as it used to be. That was a lifetime ago. The young man seems to agree, but what he's mumbling sounds more like he's lost his mind. After all, only the very old here actually lived in a world that song describes. An old woman warms herself by the fire, dozing, not hearing him. The singer finishes the song and then is quiet for a moment. My teacher taught me these lyrics. The limits of language are the limits of the world. Humans made miracles and then spread legends through time and space with their voices and ears. Human songs go beyond disaster, heard all over the world. When will this ever end? He frowns, sighing heavily in resignation. Is this ever gonna stop? The young man stares blankly into the fire. He's barely had any peaceful time his whole life, always moving, chased by the red tide and moving again. He's never stayed in one place for more than a year. This sad song arouses bitterness deep in their hearts, and for a moment only painful sighs and desperate silence fill the air. The strings make a jarring noise, cutting off the sad tune. The singer pauses, digging through her memories for hope. Actually, this song, my teacher taught me another verse once. She softly plucks the strings, and a new tune begins to rise. Faith burns like a guiding light. Look, the pioneers' tracks are everywhere, rising from the ashes. A rusty blade bites into a palm. Stars turn into trenches. We find rebirth in our breaking. The singer strums the strings harder. This is a well-known legend, bright and clear, like Starlight and Imperia. The pink-haired woman, hood back, sits quietly, listening closely to the song. The song fades out, and the crackling fire takes over again. Hot soup warms people up, but it can't dilute the thick silence. Sing us a new song. Sing us about our lives now. I can even play something. He pulls out a metal piece from his wet bag, unwrapping it carefully. The frost hasn't damaged his treasure, a rusty harmonica. The singer looks troubled. I'm sorry, my teacher died in the ARU's last battle. I'm not good at describing disasters, so I can't tell you about the world as it is. I can't sing about the present. No one mourns a sad but common remark. The young person quietly apologizes for asking. It's okay. After winter ends, maybe I'll sing new songs. The refugees go silent, knowing that false hope is the worst thing on these snow plains. She fiddles with a die in her hand in complete silence. The gravedigger flips through the pages where knowledge, reason, desire, and chaos are frozen in the printed words. She once saw twin suns rise on plains and rings in the sky that shone brighter than the stars. Cries lost in the vacuum, buried in the worship graveyard that glittered like stardust. And on the tower, a wounded hero whose scarred body rips open the future in time's curtain. Time is neither kind nor malicious. It's just fair. And she has already made her choice. Mercy is a quiet virtue. Wither to Shine, Chapter 33. Never-ending winter. The enemy ahead is not only frozen in rock, but also melting ice caverns. Prefab houses, like shipping containers, stand in neat rows behind barbed wire and guard towers. As far as one can see, snow-covered mountains stretch on forever. The grey walls still keep out the cold, but look pretty small against the mountains and wilderness. Putting up thicker walls to keep the heat in is just a quick fix. The generator fuel will run out eventually. But first, there is an even bigger problem. In this endless winter, ice is the only water source. Breaking and getting ice is how they get clean water. The water collection crew is back. Before you can focus again, the armed water collection crew team has already returned to camp as promised. Hook up the pipe here. The leader puts the rifle under his coat, giving quick orders to the others. A young man turns on the pump and connects the worn hose to the water tank. Any problems? Same old, some small stuff that needs filtering out. The middle-aged man breathes on his hands, rubs his stiff fingers, and opens the report. The ice melter's acting up. We'll send it for repairs later. Also, parts of the river is melting, so it's risky to walk on. That's causing problems with the digging. The river's melting. Vanessa frowns, thinking. The outside temperature hasn't gone up, so this shouldn't be happening. Mutated red tide's messing with the ice. It's probably not the red tide. If it was, we'd see something weird in the ice with our own eyes. He nods to the young man who pulls out a metal tube from his bag. We took the temperature of the meltwater and collected some samples. This warm water is 5.8 degrees warmer than the freezing point. Considering the rate of heat loss, there's probably a hot spring upstream. His breath turns into tiny ice crystals in the air, and then disappears as he stops talking. Same as always, send the samples to the lab. He stares blankly at the far-off mountains, covered in pine trees. where the river starts. If the mutated red tide really starts messing with the water, you can use the stored ice for a bit, and once the contaminated water gets into the system, humans might never find clean water in this area again. Keep using the meltwater until we know what's in those samples. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Go get some rest and get ready for lunch. The pump's quiet now, and the ice melt is empty. The clean water's filled that huge tank like an old grain silo to the brim. That water tank is the only thing keeping this camp alive. The young man drags the hose back to the vehicle, but the team leader still won't move. Kane, Miss Vanessa. The middle-aged man took off his gloves at some point, his rough fingers nervously rubbing the rifle stock. Can we at least check out that possible hot spring? He anxiously cranes his neck forward, trying to read Vanessa's face. If it really was a hot spring, we wouldn't have to melt ice anymore. Collecting water would be way easier. No. That mountain's too far out for our patrols. We can't take that risk. But last month, Mr. Jones's little girl, she died. We didn't have enough water. Sadness fills the middle-aged man's eyes, his eyebrows covered in frost. No. Vanessa turns away, annoyed. No one's explored that mountain. No one knows if it's got mutated red tide or some other monster in it. Risk losing a whole team for a possible water source. But he cracks his knuckles, wanting to argue, but not knowing what to say. I just wanted to. Don't even think about it. Now go back and eat. He says coldly, shutting him down. Let's wait for the test results before we talk about it. If the test shows the river's melting isn't from the mutated red tide, and if there really is a hot spring, it could actually help us. I understand. Thank you. The man's shoulders slump in defeat. He nods to you, and then he gets on the transport vehicle with heavy, weary steps. Watching the team head to rest, Vanessa impatiently checks the water tanks. Water collection team leader, if I remember correctly. It's Joe Williams. After a moment, she adds, Mrs. Jones's youngest daughter, Leota, is his kid. That makes sense. Makes sense. This kind of thing, you think it's unusual. She smirks coldly while recording the water storage. After checking the punishing virus level around the tanks, Vanessa puts away a logbook and heads back to the outpost. Back inside, the frosting eyelashes and face melts right away. A sharp pain hits the back of your head, but you quickly warm up. That place really is a hot spring. Maybe you could help with our water problem for a while. It will only be a short-term fix. Even if the hot spring isn't contaminated, it's still groundwater. Mutated red tide can get through anything. Red tide will get into the water cycle eventually, since it can penetrate rock formations easily. She snorts like she's laughing at the idea. Even a short-term fix is better than nothing. False hope is useless. We need to find ways to clean the water. The red tide slowly spreading across this dead land, ruining every bit of clean ground. Humans can't fight fate anymore. The enemy isn't just a corrupted hetero creature or some weird hetero sapiens, but this whole frozen wasteland, the dark sky, and the mountains they can't cross. The enemy is the frozen rocks. The enemy is the melting ice caves. The enemy is the mutated red tide spreading across the planet and a new life it's making. Don't look so defeated. I was just thinking. You thought getting the Hero Tower core would fix everything, but no. Looks like you haven't gotten anywhere. I've told you before, this world doesn't need a hero. She glances over, then changes the subject. Has Ursa been in touch? How's the Hero Tower core coming along? She said she'd have news today and she'd call. Ever since she got the heterocore shard, Rosa's been locked in the lab, trying to make the filter better to fight the evolving red tide. I'll have that out. Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. If you forget to eat, I'll toss you in the red tide before you starve. She shows that familiar smirk and then heads out of the outpost. Just as Vanessa leaves, harsh static crackles through your crude communication device. A faint voice fights through the static, forming clear words after a few broken ones. Aerospace City, calling Commandant. Is the camp's water supply still safe? Safe for now. He briefed Rosa about the melting of the river surface. If it really was a hot spring, that'd be a rare bit of good news. A soft sigh comes through your comms. Unfortunately, the decoding's still not going well. Have you managed to crack the outer layer of the encryption? Getting past the outer layer wasn't the problem, but we've only managed to get less than 1% of the data from the Hetero Tower core. The technology is incredibly complex. With what Aerospace City has right now, I can only do a basic exploration, trying to get whatever I can. I'm hoping we can unlock some filter-related things next. We need to strengthen the filter barrier, or I'm worried mutated red tide will keep evolving. Take your time. Time. She falls silent. Time's the thing you have the least of. Oh, right. I actually called about something else. She perks up, and you hear the sound of pages turning. I put together a list of materials that we might need to strengthen the filter barrier. The red items are crucial, and the rest are things I think we might need based on what I've learned from the Harrow Core Shard. If you find any of these while gathering supplies, help me collect them. Okay, of course. I'll tell Vanessa too. Thank you. I'll get back to you now. Wait, Rosa. You made the call, but you do have something you need to confirm with her. About that consciousness enhancement device you mentioned earlier. I need to stress again, that was just a theory from Mr. Asimov. The technology is super complex, and we barely have the materials or the environment to make it. Planet, what are you planning to do with consciousness enhancement device? A calm voice comes through the speaker. I'm worried we might have to deal with a big fight soon. I can't connect it to too many constructs at once with this mind beacon. It's definitely a possibility. No one knows what kind of monsters the mutated red tide might throw at you. Let's call a backup plan then. The sound of pages turning comes back. Rosa's probably checking the supplies for the Aerospace City. The supplies from Aerospace City give you a chance to test things out. But I can't promise it'll work, and I don't know how reliable it'll be. If it's fine, this is enough. Thank you, Rosa. Alright, I'm heading back to the lab. Take care, Commandant. Her voice cuts out. Static fills the speaker as the device loses signal. The room goes quiet and humid. You sit for a moment, thinking, then get up and leave. This place, called Canteen, is basically a big makeshift building made of shipping containers. It is also the camp's meeting hall, storage, and sometimes even a place where people can relax for a bit. Against all odds, a small community based on helping each other has sprung up in this barren place. It's already afternoon. The refugees who were assigned tasks should be back by now. When you walk into the canteen, there are only a few people sitting at the tables waiting for the night shift. I heard Joe volunteered to lead some crazy water fighting team, and Vanessa really yelled at him. It's all because of Mrs. Jones. Geez, everyone wants to live, right? Yeah, Liana, she's the youngest here, isn't she? She's only 18. The young man's discussion brings a brief silence to the table. Alright, let's change the subject. Still, Vanessa really put Joe in his place with just a couple words. He fiddles with a small package, looking excited. Vanessa's so awesome, I want to go meet with them the next time they look for supplies. Hey, don't think something impossible. Vanessa wouldn't send you on a suicide mission. Anyway, want some lemon slush? He seemed bored of the gossip and starts talking about food. Did those stupid books rot your brain? You think you're some fancy guy from the old days? Oh, my dear sir, is this your seat? One slush coming right up. The young man theatrically mocked his friend with exaggerated loudness. Take it or leave it. But check this out. The ice? I got it from the pipes around the canteen. Super clean, I promise. Pulls out a small paper packet and carefully pours some yellow powder into the bottle. Then he puts the lid on, shakes it gently, and gives it to the person next to him. This is my secret recipe, you know. The troublemaker takes the kettle, looks at it suspiciously, opens it, and takes a sip. Then his face twists up. Pugh! Yuck! What is this? These are just those vitamin C pills, right? It's called making the best out of a bad situation. If you're so smart, go steal some canned fruit yourself. He whispers, but someone cuts him off. Are you crazy, or do you have a death wish? Vanessa will kick you out if you steal anything. Besides, the last can of fruit went to Liana. It didn't save her, but at least she got something sweet before she died. Oh, Commandant. Good afternoon. You have overheard the whole conversation, but you don't need to tell them to stay away from surprise. Vanessa's strict rules have worked pretty well, and anyway, there's hardly anything worth stealing in this tiny camp. Except for their food rations, the refugees only have weapons and some small things they cherish too much to give up. Weapons keep order, and their trinkets remind them of what they live for. After you say hello, everyone hurries to work, and you get some food. Commandant, working late again. I've saved some of the hot soup for all of you. It's still warm on the stove. All of you? Emma's been waiting for you and helped out while she waited. Here, Commandant. Emma comes out of the kitchen with some food. What do you need from me? We need to switch out patrol teams. Medic from Minerva's team is hurt and needs a rest. We're thinking of pulling a medic from Nisu team to fill in. Okay, Nisu medic's already done 2 shifts in a row. Guess we'll have to get some of the reserve medics. Emma writes in her notebook while you eat some dry rations and water-thin soup to ease my cramping stomach. Want to ease the cramping stomach. Or your rather, since it's in third person rather. Oh, there's something else. After we figure out the patrol teams, then we'll move on. The water samples are in, and we've got the results. They're contaminated. Emma looks worried whether whatever she's about to say is definitely bad. We didn't find any clear signs of a red tide, but the water's definitely contaminated in a weird way, I think. There are hydro creatures near the water source. Or the mutated red tide's already spread to those pine forests. Either way, it means the Great Tombstone Settlement's water is gone. That's the real problem. We'll have to move north, and fast. Rosa says the punishing virus doesn't do well in really cold places. Aerospace City started putting up new filters, and people from the Great Tombstone and other camps are moving there in groups. But if there really is a problem with the water source, they'll have to move faster. Got it, I'll tell Vanessa. While you talk, people start gathering at the table. Soon the scattered few in the canteen all congregate in one place. We have to move again. A young man's face shows a practiced fear. Right. But we'll keep everyone safe. How can this be happening? We just got here. What are you waiting for? Go pack your stuff. Even if we don't have much, we still need to sort through it. People start talking all at once until Emma calms them down and they head off. Night falls and people gather around the fire again to stay warm. Gee, I thought we could stay here for a while. Moving's actually good. Did you hear Aerospace City's got new, better filters? He tries to sound happy to cheer everyone up. Fine, I'll go finish packing. The young man sighs and walks away from the fire, but suddenly bumps into someone in a long robe. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's alright. Where are you heading in such a hurry? Ugh, haven't you heard? We're on the move again. Seriously, when will this ever stop? Move, move, move. Wait, has that commandant, Graven, come back yet? The woman under the hood looks a bit confused. Yeah, things have gotten a lot better since that Graven commandant showed up. They've put up those filters in Aerospace City and the camp's way more organized now, but... Dennis fills his eyes. No matter what, it's still just one human. He says one with a bitter tone. Just one human. However capable this person is, there's only so much that can be done. Geez, I better get going. Gotta pack. You should get your stuff together too. If we get attacked again, you'll have to leave everything behind. That's how I lost the key my mom left me last time. She said it was the key to the front door of my old home. But where does home even lie now? Sink silently into the sea. Commandant, unknown seabed. The brown and white can no longer be seen on the plains. Beneath the cloudless sky, the red waves are marching triumphantly. Turned to the defense line next morning. There's an abandoned town 12 kilometers north along the river, the same location listed in the patrol team's routine report last week. We're sure the people in the water's collection team gets the vehicles first, so we haven't gotten the supplies yet. If I remember right, the report didn't mention any of mutated red tide activity. Yeah, it's an abandoned town. We scanned it and found a lot of protective gear, purification devices, and weapons and ammunition inside. They probably didn't have time to evacuate. He shrugs and goes quiet. Across this destroyed land, the same sad stories repeat. Rosa's list said we need some water purifiers. Should I take a chance? Yeah. Since you're on patrol and you have time to venture deeper into the ruined city, search for the materials Rosa mentioned that are in short supply at the Aerospace City. With a light reconnaissance vehicle, you can cover 10 kilometers across the flat land easily. About 20 minutes from camp, you see buildings in the distance. Bad. Vanishing virus is still here. We should be able to find something useful. Not bad, yeah. The vehicle treads crunch over the gravel and ice, sending a crackling sound and vibrations from beneath the driver's seat straight into your ears. The town's image in your eyes turns into more details. No, that's not a building. Buildings in the distance suddenly look like hazy grey clouds, and the horizon below them wavers. What's happening? The ground under the town curves upward like someone's playing with a sand castle. A dark red flood pours from the sky, swallowing the grey mass before joining the chaotic horizon. Danger! Take cover! Oh, a new red tide effect? Commandant! You try to speak, but the desperate urge to speak drowns the airless depths of your throat. Like a nightmare, you can't even make a sound. Everyone, run! Your mouth opens wide and your cheeks hurt from trying to speak, but it's all in vain. The brown and white land is gone. Under the sky, nothing can stop the red wave. But under your feet are rocky reefs with the strangely shaped algae and coral glowing through the cracks like they're hungry for nourishment. Then something grabs your legs. Is this the bottom of the ocean? Wait, this feeling. A chill runs down your back as old fears start to surface. You're dreaming, it seems. You've seen the scene before. Run. Get out of here. No. The experiment. What is this place? Where am I? Leave this place? No. Why am I running? Oh. Ugh, how is this possible? Hello, creature. A new form I've never seen before. Place is dangerous. Must get out of here first. Place no good. Back in Vonnegut's base. Hello, creature.
異常はもう排除されているの。そう。
Events? I don't think I got that though. The world turns into a dark red spider web. Liquid, liquid, liquid. Strangely, your lungs don't resist. You open your eyes and the spider web clings to your eyeballs. A sharp pain shoots through your head like an arthropod rampaging inside, desperately trying to break free. This empty space is chaotic. You need something to hold on to. But your skin's just coated in some thick goo, so you can't tell where your flesh and bones end and the world begins. Like you've completely melted. What you see might just be nothing more than your last thoughts. Then something weird happens in your head. It's coming from your tongue. What? The juice bursts in your mouth, all tangy and fresh. The tang hits your tongue and suddenly you feel gravity again. Your drifting thoughts come crashing back down to the support beneath you. Is this the medical room? Hey. Vanessa pulls the dripping fruit away from your lips and flicks her military knife in the air. I thought I'd have to bury you. Too bad. Ugh, my head's killing me. You try to force your eyes open to get rid of the web, but it still stings like tiny needles digging into your skin. Of course your head hurts. Passing out miles from the designated location and face planting in a snowdrift, even if there was a sun-mutated red tide attack. But after all this time, you still faint around the mutated red tide. Vanessa's knife moves smoothly as she peels another fruit, making a perfect spiral of skin. It was a rare polar apple. Open your mouth. A slice of fruit on a dagger is held to your lips. Open mouth and eat it. Tang hits your mouth again and the cold fruit wakes you up a bit. Feeling better? A bit better. Just tell me what's going on. I saw the bottom of the ocean. The tide surges in with a ferocious hunger. The touch of death presses against your skin with surreal intensity. Scenes from the dream and the depths you'd sunk into during unconsciousness. Fragments of a half-real memory swirl and shift in your mind, refusing to settle. The bottom of the sea. She stops peeling the fruit, looking confused. Do you remember that time with Lamia? You mean that ascendant? You both remember the same thing. Torrential rain and waves crash against the coastal rocks, enveloping the fully armed squad in a thick blanket of mist. Red laser dots focus on the target, but the glowing object in their arms makes everyone hesitate to pull the trigger. Grey Raven Commandant, do you remember that number? You told me another version of you. That person said I was the one left behind. The one at the bottom of the ocean, the Grey Raven Commandant. Then, in a place where sunlight cannot reach, beside the mermaid, death comes. It was back then. Before she finishes, urgent knocking tears through the heavy atmosphere. Commandant, the mutated red tide's moving in a new way. Oh, Discord. Okay, let's try this again. Yep. Okay, I think we got it that time. Oh, try it again. Moikai, moiyo. I'll get it right eventually. I
異
think
常
it's
は
supposed to
もう
be at
排
the
除
same
され
time.
ているの。
Probably has to be at the same time, since it's two at once. Yeah, that's my guess. Well, at least this is very quick to retry.
"異常はもう排除されているの。
That is very weird that that doesn't trigger. Maybe I do the second one first. Left and right. Instead.
"異常はもう排除されているの。
Maybe I'll use my mouse instead. Nope. My mouse.
"異常はもう排除されているの。 そう。
Very weird. Very weird. Try one more time and then maybe I'll disconnect my controller.
異常はもう排除されているの。そう。異常はもう排除されているの。
Okay, there we go.
あら、どうしてここに実験体が。
Who's there?
侵食された実験体。
There we go. Okay, and now we know the rest. Okay, next scene. Cradle song. Mournful and elusive, the memory drifts like an antique rite, silencing the entire raucous camp. People are gathered around the camp, relaxing after work. Middle-aged man stands by the vehicle, counting supplies and writing them down. Have you finished counting everything yet? What are you doing? If you want to eat, just eat. The young man squats on the ground, holding a few fruits and turning them over. He licks them on his lips and puts them back. No thanks, I'll wait for the rations. We found these foods, so we deserve a little something. Take one, I won't count it in. He crouches down, grabs the young man's arm, then puts the fruit back in his hands. Things are way better now. At least we have a camp and don't have to wander anymore. Go ahead and eat. Don't be shy. Winter's almost over. But I still feel like... Stop worrying. He's right. Don't be shy. A cold voice comes from behind. Startling the two. They turn around only to find 3 people appear out of nowhere. Lady Vanessa. Lady Vanessa. I'm borrowing the vehicle. Tell the logistics guy later. With that, they get in the vehicle. The engine roars and the vehicle shakes. Before they know it, something dark flies from the window at the young man. Eat well, sleep well, and do your job. Don't be pretentious and don't act like someone who worries about unnecessary things. No need to worry about something you shouldn't. Okay, thank you, Lady Vanessa. The young man catches what Vanessa throws. By the time he looks up to thank her, the vehicle's gone, leaving only dust. Outside the camp at the buffer zone's edge, the red tide, which should be far away, is surging, encircling the undulating mountain ridges. The ground shakes and the trees sway. A little bird loses its footing and falls into the red tide. Poor thing. Something lifts the bird and puts it in the pink-haired woman's hands. Things changed too fast. You weren't ready either, were you? Ishmael gently tends to the bird's wings, but her eyes drift to something nearby. A white-haired girl, eyes closed, flickers in and out of view in the red tide. Swirling snowflakes passes through the girl's body as if it were nothing but a shell. Chaos's legs, submerged in the red tide, are gradually disappearing. Looks like this nice doll's about to vanish into the grey and red world. How pathetic. Finally getting a chance to come back, but something's getting in the way, huh? As if hearing something, Ishmael turns around and the bird in her hand takes a chance to free itself and fly into the snow. So it started. She extends her slender fingertips into the void, and the book quietly materializes, its pages slowly turning. In the book's projection, an off-road vehicle is parked by an outpost. I hope you'll bring more possibilities to the story. When they arrive, Discord takes them to the Watchtower's duty room, turning on the equipment and explaining her report. How's the red tide looking? When I left, Marker 6 was gone, and the tide was about a kilometer from Marker 5. The duties room only screen, a patchwork of parts of various models, slowly lights up, showing that most of the grid-divided surface grid-divided surveillance feeds are down. The working feeds show a creepy scene, snowflakes melting into the red tide, turning into horrifying red expanse. Seeing your stunned faces, Discord quickly corrects herself. Now it's about a kilometer from Marker 4 now. Moving that fast. Can't say. We're stretched thin. This many markers are all we can handle. Also, for some reason, the filters aren't protecting us from the harder creatures anymore. They're even attacking the filters that they used to avoid at all costs. The only good news is we got the central purification core for Marker 3 back. The small room feels tense. Vanessa makes a quick decision. Discord, take Kane back to camp, tell Rosas what's happening, and get them ready to move. Yes, madam. What about you? Something's causing the red tide to surge. I need samples. We won't be safe anywhere if we don't know what's going on. Vanessa explains while shutting down and taking apart the equipment. Take this too. We're running low on supplies. Okay. Discord leaves, carrying a monitor and tangled cables in her arms. Was I unclear? It just doesn't make sense to me. Everyone needs to do their job. I'm stronger than Discord here, so I'll take the risk. Have you already forgotten what I said? Stop worrying. This isn't your business. The red tide's surging. It's definitely stronger. Can your mind shield keep us completely safe? Yeah, the rest isn't my problem. But keeping your mind stable isn't your problem either. With that, you start a mind link with the constructs in front of you. In this operation, I'm the commandant. Vanessa waits to say something but halts. Eventually, she taps her earpiece. Soon, engine sounds coming from under the watchtower. Happy now, Commandant? Let's move out. "20 minutes later, near marker number 4. Barely dodging the attack of a hetero creature, Vanessa keeps backing away as vital fluid trickles down her wounds all over her body. Just a few hetero creatures. The red tide's getting stronger, and these vermin are getting bolder. Vanessa winces as in pain as she raises her knife to block a hetero creature attacking from the side. They're so thick with the punishing virus, it's practically dripping if this keeps up. 9 deviation, 31.7, 43.9. Vanessa! Shut it! The hetero creatures form multiplied into overlapping after images in their visual module, with one image after another relentlessly rushing toward her. Vanessa, get back! Open fire. The feeble bullets barely scratch the creatures, just feeding them in an instant. A piercing scream suddenly heads your way. Get back! Vanessa wipes the blood from her visual module, firing as she blocks the creature's claws behind her. Infection critical warning. The monster opens its bloody jaws. Deep mind established, maximizing mind beacon output power. Get away from me! The blood mist in her mind clears and she quickly slashes the creature. After killing several, the rest retreat into the red tide. Phew, finally got him. Hey, if I knew deep mind connection helped this much, why didn't we do it sooner? She turns to complain and her eyes widen. You have passed out behind her, slumping down behind the rocks. Your mind goes fuzzy as something cold injects into your body. Ugh. You're awake. Vanessa puts away the syringe. Yeah. You better not die or this undiluted rare serum will be wasted. She grabs the water out of her bag and holds it to your lips. Drink water. The water helps clear your head. Punishing virus concentrations up. And more than that, she looks at your shabby combat suit. This crap can't protect you from the punishing virus anymore. At the very least, it's useless against the mutated red tide now. Punishing virus concentrations up and your suit can't handle this mutated red tide. Even the diluted serums I gave you didn't help much. Luckily, we kept some undiluted doses for patrols, or else... Vanessa just grunts and says nothing. How's everything looking? Stable decline in progress. I got the red tide samples from the center, but we're still stuck in this contaminated force with no way to move. Feeling better, we need to go. Your suit can endure another attack. Yeah. Slowly, you get up and check if you can walk normally before heading back the way you came, while avoiding the mutated red tide. As Rosa requested, Vanessa takes red tide samples from 2 more places. Strangely, she falls into silence, holding the translucent container. What's wrong? We're pretty far from the center, but the punishing virus's concentration is still the same. Few words are enough to tell the dire situation. She turns around silently, the translucent sample in her head, revealing a terrifying sight. Crimson liquid is eating the white buffer, turning it into food. The red water shivers as if it's reacting to something. Ugh. The red water suddenly shoots up, then disappears abruptly before Vanessa can react. Chaos! The water slowly parts, revealing a pale doll-like figure standing within the tide. Chaos? Leave. Oh. I guess a new Agent Zero is forming from her. What happened to you? As you utter your question, you try to make out Chaos's features. Her body is gradually melting in the red tide, starting from her legs and creeping upward. Leave. Answer me. Consuming agony instantly crawls up your spine as you yourself were the one trapped within the red tide. Leave. The doll mechanically repeats the same answer, as if another entirely different face is gradually emerging within her. Her shape starts to change as if she can't hold back the red tide's power. The mutated red tide suddenly surges, its waves like a monster's open jaws, ready to swallow them both. Kane, Vanessa tackles you with a leap, sending you both rolling toward the shore. Don't look back. She practically yells in that direction. Vanessa! You jump up, grabbing the sampling gear to shield yourself, but it ends up in vain. Even as Vanessa charges into the red tide, she looks no larger than a hummingbird before the towering waves. The red blade falls, and death closes in. But death does not come. With your mind overwhelmed by the punishing virus, you see a small red wing appear between you and the surging red tide just before you pass out. Luna. Okay. In the snowstorm. Perhaps another tributary of Fate's river could have guided her into a more serene future. The waves rise. A strange underwater scene appears before you. What a surprise, finding the Grey Area Command here in this shithole. Short halt? Since we seem to be in this together, I've got a favor to ask. Say it. Connect my mind. I've been wandering around here for so long, my mind's turning into mush. We come this far, things have gone far beyond Lithos' expectations. What happens next is anyone's guess. How does this happen? If I can't make it back, bring a message to Valeria for me. A wave of grief emerges. You need to go back with me. Tell her to delete all my embarrassing videos. No, actually, just say hello to her and watch it for me. Shut up. As if he didn't hear you, the man keeps talking to himself. I've seen enough of your face. Don't bother looking for me. That's what I'll say. The scene changes. Danger in the darkness closing fast. Commandant, get behind me. Field short halt. In an instant, body and soul are ripped apart. Did I save him this time? Weird thought. Last time. Which time was that? There is no time to confirm the situation behind when the feeling of suffocation suddenly hits. He doesn't even have time to cry out or utter final words before his sturdy body shatters into fragments. Ocean waves, the damp, fishy smell. Take a deep breath. The freezing air fills your lungs. It's pointless. Only one way to find out. Open your eyes. But at what cost? Risk our lives for samples. Humanity can't hide forever. To survive, we have to face the red tide. Before that day comes, humans can't be completely clueless about their enemy. The blizzard drowns out the maiden's voice. No matter what, don't come here. Stand up. Hearing a faint noise, the two conversing people simultaneously turn toward the source. You're alive. That's good. A white-haired agent floats up, her lifeless eyes looking down at you. She's angry. Thanks for helping. What if I hadn't? Aren't you always this reckless, counting on someone to save you? I trust you, Luna. Ugh. You shouldn't trust me so much. Stay away from here. You should have noticed the mutated red tide's gone completely haywire. Chaos, who controlled the red tide, is losing power and being eaten by it. Leave. You saw her. Luna sounds certain, not surprised at your reaction at all. Yeah, she could barely talk anymore. She just kept telling me to leave. So, get out of here. A new Agent Zero is swarming, and I can't stop it. We might still be able to help. I doubt it. Luna shakes her head, dismissing the naive idea. After the mutated red tide surge, I lost my connection to the Ascension network. But as a former agent, I can still sense some changes. The Ascension network's evolving as information updates, or information keeps growing and expanding. The punishing virus keeps developing, but the amount of matter in this world stays the same. A new life is perhaps being born. A new life is being born, but the cries of infants haven't been heard in human settlements for a very long time. Did you find her, that girl Nanami? I found her. She told me, "Let Nanami set the parameters. Let me set you up as a new starting point for the simulation as you are. Preset conditions confirmed. Logical simulation established. Let's go, Commandant." And hope is the other reward you're getting. I'm sure there will come a turning point when you find a perfect solution to the problems you're facing right now. This is what your entire civilization have strived for. Did she say that? Yeah. I understand. During the conversation, you start feeling dizzy again. Punishing virus concentration is spiking. After injecting another serum, Vanessa stares intently toward the base of the snowy mountain, her expression grim. Following her gaze, a pale figure stands amidst the mutated red tide, but Chaos's form has almost vanished. Agent Zero is reforming within the churning tide. Turn to Aerospace City immediately. Let's go. Luna extends her hand, slightly calming the red tide, though it has little effect. She's losing control of the red tide. Kane. Faint voices disappear in the wind. She seems to be searching for something in this dark world. Luna? You misheard. Let's go. I'll help you one last time. With the remaining power, she creates a gentle barrier, pushing Vanessa and you out of her territory. By the time you realize it, Vanessa and you are already banished from her territory. Luna! Icy wind makes it impossible to move forward. Luna. The girl uses the Ascension Network's residual spatial isolation. Try again. A biting wind carries the girl's last words. Don't come here anymore. Punishing virus concentration still going up. If you don't leave, you'll waste more than a few serums. Vanessa falls silent and leads the way back. Watch out! Quickly shoot down the hetero creature behind Vanessa. Hetero creature. Luna gathered all her power that was protecting the forest, giving the hetero creatures a chance to launch the attacks. Luna. A gunshot rings out and hetero creatures scream behind you. The hetero creatures are catching up. Let's go. After dealing with the hetero creatures, you trudge through the snow. Luna again. The blizzard batters her, trying to consume her. Once, she was that agent wielding unlimited power. She had a sister she could depend on, a knight loyal to her, and a timid yet resilient mermaid. Having broken free from her broken past, the world was once hers for the taking. Maybe in another life, she'd have a peaceful future. At least, she wouldn't be like this, watching people around her leave one by one. Her thoughts stop as the tide roars, the mutated red tide coming for them on this pure land. Is it here already? A new Agent Zero. She looks toward the mountain base, indifferent. Murky moonlight. 6. On here? Not listed on here, so I guess I'll have to figure it out. Okay, Luna. Amidst the cold wind rushing through the trees under the moonlight, no one can hear Luna's voice anymore. Winter drags on. Luna stands on the peak, calmly observing the mutated red tide below. She can see the mutated red tide birthing alien life that doesn't belong here. She hears the wind carrying deathly silence, alien pulses that shouldn't exist here. A new Agent Zero. Luna holds out her hand, letting snowflakes fall through her fingers. She felt it growing even before rescuing the Graven Commandant. Strange creatures take shape in the mutated red tide, lurking at the cliff's base. What a disgusting presence. Chaos has almost disappeared, and the new Agent Zero's silhouette is solidifying. Driven by basic instincts, so eager to steal my power. Looks like you're nothing special after all. Dim moonlight washes over the cliff. Her frame was reformed in the red tide, absorbing its punishing virus power and gaining a sliver of its control. But the new agent isn't bound by the old rules. Luna is powerless against the mutated punishing virus. The new Agent Zero won't abandon Luna as a source of nourishment. It needs to master all powers to challenge the original will of the Red Tide, Chaos. Once the new Agent Zero consumes this area, Luna turns slightly to the side. Behind her, out of sight, the Grey Raven Commandant struggles through the snow. There will come a turning point. You'll find a perfect solution to the problems. She whispers, repeating the mechanoid girl's language. The Grey Raven Commandant told her. A turning point. It feels good to move again, Grey Raven Commandant. She looks down at the newly formed Surge Mimicry. She's been alone for too long, drifting through this desolate frozen valley. I hope you keep the Red Tide in check and buy humanity some time to retreat. In return, once my sister is ready to enter to the Inverter Tower, I want you to share whatever intel she uncovers with me. She's already held up her end of the deal. She got intel on the Inverter Tower and, as promised, protected humanity's last stand. And now, let's call this a new deal, shall we? I'll trade a future to see you safe. Luna. Cold wind blows the moonlight from the trees. Luna's voice is lost to the wind. If you really can find that singularity. As long as humanity survives, Earth might have a chance. After all, she was born and raised here. She doesn't want to see this planet taken over by aliens. She'll hold out as long as she can, keeping the Red Tide from overwhelming humanity. From now on, she must continue alone now. Good luck, Kane. She jumps off the cliff. The pink-haired construct stands on a distant peak, watching the mutated Red Tide spread like a flood. The pages in her hand flip without a breeze while two dice spin and stop on two identical numbers. Okay.
最後の選択をするのですか? 不快だわ。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて無意味。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を。溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れ。偽りの存在ね。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
Okay, 2 ultimate cycles. Ow.
機体は損傷しているけど、視覚モジュールはまだ問題ない。
Oh, Alpha?
ここで待っていて、すぐに戻るわ。姉さん。溶けて消えなさい。絶対にいい知らせを持ってきますから。
この世界を望んだのはルナ様だけじゃない。私も。
Merlin, no. Lamia, no.
ルナ様。
Voyage.
雪。なんて寒いの。
No. Am I dead now? What the head? Commandant.
離れててって言ったのに。
Luna. I believe in you, Luna. And so do I.
今度は本当に幻覚ね。
Is it you? It's not time to say goodbye yet.
別れの時じゃない。得意点を見つけたら全て元通りになるかも。
Damp moonlight seeps through dark trees. The enemies aren't following us. What's the situation on your side? No sign of the red tide here either. I didn't ask you that. Vanessa walks over, checks your protective suit, and relaxes a bit when the punishing virus concentration is down. Let's rest here for a bit. Those things in the woods are relentless. The forest where Luna lies outside Aerospace City's clean zone, so the enemies here are especially tough. On the way back, you were chased by hetero creatures and barely made it out of the forest. Just as you start to speak, a loud buzzing fills your mind connection. Like 1,000 bells ringing, stabbing pain into your ears. Your vision goes black as something disconnects from your mind. It's the shackles. The shackles are loosening. Did you hear that? Bell tolls. Consciousness is buried in freezing mud. Bells echoing through mind. She rushes over, checks the protective suit's readings, and frowns. The needle goes in, the cold liquid mixing with hot blood. The sharp pain pulls back a small portion of consciousness. You're heavily infected. It's probably just ringing in your ears. No, it's not ringing in your ears. It's Luna. It's just your imagination. In the blurry vision, the falling snow makes weird shapes as Vanessa purses her lips. Breaks over. We need to move. Now. After checking the routes on a portable terminal, Vanessa grabs your arm and heads back to rendezvous point. Back to the rendezvous point before you can speak. After crossing a few snow hills, the light of the rendezvous point comes into view. A familiar figure runs toward you. Vanessa, Commandant! Did something happen back at the settlement? According to the latest data, punishing virus concentration at the rendezvous has spiked. It's above the survival threshold. 2 human groups are still inside. They haven't been evacuated. Evacuate now. The vehicles from Aerospace City haven't returned yet. Get the vehicle's coordinates, head in their direction. Pack up and leave. On foot. Now. Understood. Patrol teams, help with the evacuation. Now. The command is clear, prompting the remaining humans to move out. Leaving behind heavy gear, the residents grab essentials and rush out confused. No time to explain. Everyone heads toward Aerospace City with the patrol's help. The lights around the Great Tombstone are going out, one by one. Standing at the edge of the camp, you stare at the forest where Luna was, a faint buzzing lingering in your mind connection. Suddenly, the buzzing glitches, and the pauses looking toward the distant mountains and forest. What's going on? Then her device vibrates, pulling her attention back. Pain, the punishing virus concentration's dropping. Are we done packing? Huh? I'm ready, but the punishing virus concentration. Let's go then, we're running out of time. Emma stops, interrupted again. Something clicks. Avoiding Emma's eyes, you look back at the mountains. The forest is quiet. The snow is dead. The snow and dead branches composing a mournful song. Regardless, that faint light has gone out in the dark. So, another is lost. The story comes to an end like what you once saw in the Ascension Network. It has been 5,212 days since Greyraven and Commandant entered the Hetero Tower. Okay, back in the past, I guess. Let's stay here for now. Luna closes her eyes wearily. She has repeatedly tried using the Ascension Network to simulate potential futures, but all she sees are dead ends. The punishing virus has shown subtle signs of mutation. She can no longer fully control it. What must they do to continue surviving in such a world? Their temporary stopover requires no tents. As usual, Alpha goes on patrol in the perimeter to prevent any area-wide red tide from infiltrating their camp. Are you sure you don't need me to take over Alpha's work? You don't have to. But Alpha's already injured. So we wait for a little fish to clear away the red tide. Roland mocks Lamia while attempting to repair his frame using the mutated punishing virus. Roland glances at the silent Luna from the corner of his eyes, carefully choosing his words as he contemplates how to circumvent the mutated red tide and find a safer place to set up a camp. Because Alpha has disconnected from the Ascension Network, but you haven't. After a moment of silence, Luna offers this rare, patient explanation to the mermaid. What? Has it really come to this? You two, don't stray too far from me. Luna turns her head away, falling silent again. Alpha returns from a brief patrol, confirms the area is secure, and the group sets up a temporary camp here. Night falls, and everything goes silent, leaving only the sound of gentle wind rustling through the leaves. Hearing a faint noise, Luna quietly opens her eyes. Roland stands before her with his characteristic playful grin. You should know what I intend to do, Luna. You will die. That's just one possibility. The punishing virus has mutated. I can no longer provide you with any help. The filtering of the old world is not embraced by the new one. Due to the trait of the Ascension Network, they have, in a way, been forsaken by this era that has veered onto a different developmental path. Of course, I'm well aware of that. Besides, I may not fail. My reconstructed frame is that lady's work. Though the connection with Luna remains, a source of power has long since changed. You will die. She has never seen a different ending in any of her forced simulations. Since death is inevitable, at least let me give it a try. He gives his usual smile. After all, this isn't just the world you want to see, it's what I hope for too. Perhaps this is the perfect moment for the final curtain. With a final bow to Luna, he disappears into the night, leaving the makeshift camp behind. One day, 2 days, 3 days. On another night, amid Lamia's fearful yet cautious inquiry, Luna lifts her head slightly, sensing the first snowflake descending. As the snowflake lands on her fingertip, she clearly feels the thread belonging to Roland snap. He died that night. It has been 5,401 days since the Greyraven Commandant entered the tower. The three continue to press forward. Along their journey, they barely see a single human. Camps lie rotting, and scattered remains have long since been quietly buried beneath dust and soil. When did everything become like this? The mermaid grows restless, instinctively fearing this increasingly unfamiliar world. Where have all the humans gone? Normally they wouldn't pay much attention to the human traces, but they'd always run into wandering scavengers or occasionally stumble upon nearby human settlements. Perhaps they have sailed far away, or perhaps they have all perished. Is it possible they found some refuge and are all hiding there? Could they have left other messages behind? She looks desperately toward Luna, seeking an answer as definitive as it has always been. With human capabilities, creating such a vast shelter would be impossible. But... A faint tremor of sobbing creeps into Lamia's voice. Luna doesn't continue to speak. She doesn't know how to comfort Lamia, nor how to explain this inevitable end that awaits them. Or is there any chance we could find some place to take refuge? What about uninhabited islands in the sea? Impossible. I can go into the sea. The new frame you gave me is very agile and can resist most hydro creatures there. But the ocean's mutation began even earlier than the land's. What if I can find a new hope? Maybe I can find news of humans, or find a new hope. They happen to be passing by a strait. Those aren't the same hetero creatures as before, Lamia. Her control of the punishing virus has been weakening as time passes. She distinctly feels another power growing stronger, gradually wresting away her authority over the punishing virus. A new Agent Zero within the Red Tide is about to awaken. The Red Tide will flow back into the sea, giving rise to enormous mutated creatures in the ocean. They won't be anything you've seen before. They'll only be even more terrifying. The Ascension Network is constantly changing. I fear the day will come when I can no longer control it. Even so, are you still determined to push forward in search for this new hope? I'll definitely bring good news, Luna. The frame you helped modify for me is really strong, so I'll definitely bring back good news just like last time. I'm sorry. She wants to help modify Lamia's frame one last time, but she no longer has the power to do so. Luna and Alpha stand silently at the shore, watching as the mermaid silhouette vanishes into the ocean. She isn't sure what exactly happened, but she can sense that Lamia has really found something. It might be a small island with minimal punishing virus, enough for them to recover, or perhaps it's something else entirely. But that morning, Alpha once again returns covered in wounds to their temporary camp. Her hand touching Alpha's wound, pauses briefly. Luna lowers her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly. Luna? Is it Lamia? Luna stays silent. She should have known all along. Even before the Ascension Network exacted its price, she had already witnessed the end of everything. The thread belonging to Lamia has also gently snapped. That timid mermaid is never meant to be the dove of peace. After that, time has passed on and on, until she can no longer remember how long it has been. The Red Tide has gone completely out of control, and hetero creatures have continuously evolved. Alpha leads Luna onward as they take turns protecting each other, depending on one another for survival, just like they did long ago. Crimson phantoms continuously extend their malicious tentacles toward them. At times they manifest as Roland, at times as Lamia, and occasionally as even older memories. After that, what has happened? Over time, certain memories have eroded, their details blurring like old glass shards weathered by relentless waves, edges smooth, surfaces frosted. Luna narrows her eyes slightly, feeling the snowflakes landing on her palm. Later, after leaving the strait, Alpha and Luna have journeyed far across the land, eventually reaching the outskirts of the ARU. Due to its geographical location, this area remains largely uncorrupted by the mutated red tide, yet numerous other creatures still lurk in the surroundings. The area wasn't safe. I'll go eliminate the nearby Hedro creature strongholds. Sister? She doesn't want Alpha to leave, but after continuous battles, Alpha is already badly damaged. With the punishing virus having mutated to this extent, she cannot use it to repair the frame. You sure you're going to be okay? I'll be fine. Luna precisely pinpoints Alpha's location. You're badly injured. Let me clear those other creatures instead. You can't access the Ascension Network. Even though the Ascension Network lies battered from the impact of the mutated punishing virus, agents of the old world still retain a portion of their powers. However, even Agent cannot aid Alpha, who proactively severed her connection to the Ascension Network. Her immunity to the mutated punishing virus, what was once an advantage, has become a new weakness. After years of continuous combat, Alpha's frame is now utterly worn down, teetering on the edge of complete breakdown. It's okay. As she turns away, Alpha seems to sense Luna's emotions and pivots back to offer a brief explanation. Those Hedro creatures have evolved again. They're dangerous if left unchecked. We won't be able to set up camp safely here. Your eyes have almost gone blind. Although my frame is damaged, at least my visual modules are still functioning properly. Wait here. I'll be right back. After making sure Luna is safely settled despite her blindness, Alpha leaves the mountaintop. Their story thus reaches its end, exactly as she once witnessed within the Ascension Network. Luna sits quietly at the edge of the cliff. Why is she suddenly remembering all of this? Her hollow eyes gaze at the snow falling in silence. All of this will soon come to an end. Okay. Tomorrow. Once the last remnants of humanity at the Grand Tombstone arrive at Aerospace City, the Grand Tombstone will finally rest, as its name implies. The black sky swallows what little light and hope you have left. Emma, double check our course. Our speed is about 6 to 7 kilometers per hour. Coordinates are confirmed. We're still heading to Aerospace City. Resources are low. The mutated red tide is out of control, and most electronics are down. So you are navigating the old-fashioned way. The terminal shuts off and the last light goes out. Everyone walks in silence, leaving only the crunch of boots on snow. These are the last people from the Great Tombstone. When they get to Aerospace City, Great Tombstone will go back to its old name. It's getting colder. Haven't us in Discord caught up yet? The terminal dim light flickers on, lighting up Emma's face. Soon, they've joined up with the last patrol and collection squads. They'll be here shortly. So, Commandant, about the punishing virus concentration dropping. Was it Luna? She shuts off the terminal, saving power, and the light goes out again. Yeah. You have gotten used to death in these freezing nights, but you still hesitate to say the word. Luna gave humanity a chance to escape. After you and Vanessa left, she faced the new Agent Zero again. The punishing virus concentration spiked, probably meaning that Agent Zero was winning, but then... like she promised, she helped you one last time, buying you and humanity some precious time. Cold creeps up from the ground, your breath hangs in the air. Nearby, others overhear you. Luna, even that ascendant. How did it get like this? The Great Tombstone's gone too. Will Aerospace City be next? Her voice cracks. If this keeps going, do we have any chance left? A cold bites harder. Thinly dressed, the human's voice shakes. To calm them, Barniga rubs her frozen hands and takes out the instrument strapped to her back. As the wind and snow seem to play the strings, a soft melody starts. To ease their worry, Barniga sings that familiar song.
Walk upon the dust of golden years.
We shed this mortal flesh. To awaken or sleep forever, who can say? Even the worst storms can't break what's inside us. In this darkness, we'll stand strong. Without any music, the sad war song hits you right in the guts. She's sung this around the fire so many times, every human here knows it by heart. Snow whispers down from the branches. In the quiet crowd, someone starts singing along like they can't help it. Though the night drags on, a new dawn's coming. Let's sing with hope in our hearts. Light the signal flare. Whoosh. The flare bursts into flames, bright light slicing through the darkness below. Faith burns like a guiding light. Look, the pioneers' tracks are everywhere. Rising from the ashes, a rusty blade bites into a palm. Scars turn into trenches. We find rebirth in our breaking. No one says a word, but the song keeps going, burning through the silent, suffering ground like that flare in their hands. In the fading glow of the flames, the city's walls appear and disappear through the wind and snow. And that's Emma in the foreground. After what feels like an eternity of trudging, you finally see Aerospace City's gates again. Once inside the city, Emma's busy getting the newcomers settled, while Rosa walks up to you by the gate. Commandant, I've got some good news and some bad news. What do you want first? The bad news. Exploring this mutated red tide has already sucked up so many resources and people, they really need to keep at it. What about the good news? Using the info from the Hetero shard that you risked everything for, I managed to combine it with the earlier bits of the Hetero Tower core. I can just barely whip up some souped up filters like the old CPF. They'll temporarily clean up the mutated punishing virus and red tide. But, you know this has taken forever. No supplies, no gear, not even a proper lab. So, she repeats softly. Should we really keep going? Why are you asking me that? Maybe we can find some kind of solution in the mutated red tide, but is it worth it? The constant drain of time, supplies, and people, and on top of that, a new Agent Zero, a new red tide consciousness. I can barely even get their basic makeup with what we have. You know what that means. Life. Life, and it's not from Earth. If Mr. Asimov was still here, he might be able to figure all this out, but I can't. She goes quiet, then speaks again after a moment. We've got the answer from the Hetero shard, so why not keep digging in the Hetero Tower core? If humanity had truly safe havens, wouldn't that be a way to survive? The choice is yours, Commandant. Do we keep exploring the mutated red tide, or do you focus on the Hetero Tower core to build a safer settlement? Okay. Temporarily stop red tide exploration. Unlocks ending tomorrow. You study the experimental data, lost in thoughts. Like Rosa said, exploring the mutated red tide has used a lot of people and supplies. Compared to 30 years ago, it might seem small, but today, even a grain of wheat is hope, let alone this much. We need a break. Rosa stares silently at the inventory list trailing to the floor. Really, can we afford a break? Vanessa rushes in, overhearing the end of the conversation. Even if humanity cracked the Hydro Tower core and got a perfect punishing virus filter, then what? Build a bunker and hide inside, waiting. But humans can't fight back right now. Besides, the great Tombstone settlement is about to be swallowed by the red tide. Did you bring any good news? Like more supplies or a better campsite? Rosa looks at Vanessa, half desperate, half pleading. Lately, how much have the patrols and collection squads brought back? Question hits hard and Vanessa falls silent. Most areas outside the settlements are overrun with a mutated red tide and high punishing virus levels. The collection squads haven't found anything useful in ages. Even a bunker gives humanity a fighting chance, but if we keep going like this, I'm afraid we'll lose any hope of survival. We're just slowing down research on the mutated red tide, not throwing in the towel. Yes, we're just slowing down for now. She speaks softly, as if telling a bedtime story beside a cradle. Aerospace City has a filter that can block the current punishing strain. That can block the current punishing virus strain. Once we get the Hydro Tower core's data, we might get new weapons, new resources. Then we can explore the mutated red tide and again and find what we need. But when will that be? You understand Vanessa's frustration, but throughout Aerospace City, Tide Zealous try to organize their few belongings in rundown homes. Discord and the patrol members have just returned, all badly injured. The mutated red tide ruins water and everything humans need. Just staying alive is a struggle. I know time's running out, but humanity can't afford the cost anymore. The settlements, it's been years since we heard children crying. Without safe land, they won't bring new life into the world. Her eyes get misty. I can ignore the lost supplies and so can you, but what about humanity? After looking at Emma's resource data, it's clear Rosa's right. The point of the red tide exploration is to fight back, but now supplies are dwindling and you are losing people, and Agent Zero is getting stronger. You are still losing, even throwing everyone at the problem wouldn't make a dent in the red tide. You can't fight back right now, not anytime soon. We should slow down our mutated red tide exploration for now. Later when the time's right. Later when the time's right. She scoffs, drops a final line, and walks away. Don't forget, Earth used to be ours. Earth used to be ours. Rosa sighs. Vanessa's always wanted to take back on the lost land. Not just the Great Tombstone, but everywhere. I get it. I just hope she comes to her senses. Snow comes down in thick flurries as the biting wind whips Rosa's handwritten inventory of losses. The printer's been out of ink for ages. The supply situation inside Aerospace City. After finding the Nami's inventory, I have to check the supplies. The remaining humans and contracts have enough food and supplies to last a while. I've got people building greenhouses. Once they're stable, we can grow crops that should keep us alive. And after that, as Rosa explains, her eyes show uncertainty. Maybe we can hold out until we crack the Hydro Tower core. Not completely out of the question, I think. The dilapidated Aerospace City, a shadow of human civilization. Living off makeshift greenhouses, humanity barely survives, hanging on by a thread. But like a paper boat on a burning water, no one knows how long this fragile civilization will last. Rosa works tirelessly. Humanity guards Aerospace City, constantly improving its filter and barely surviving on data from the Hydro Tower core. But as time goes on, no one can stop the new Agent Zero. The paper boat sails on across the burning sea. Humanity's end, tomorrow. Here, human civilization ends. Oh then. wonder what happens with the other option. Try to skip through the stuff. Words, words, words.
We walk upon the dust of golden years. Time has stolen the light. In the struggle against the relentless storm.
Okay, I'm back over here. Okay. And continue exploring the red tide. Give up on the red tide and put all our lives and choices in the hands of a filter we don't even know will last. Vanessa, looking worn and really catches the tail end of your conversation. But humanity can't keep hanging on by a thread. Oh, we can't give up. At least we need to find out who our real enemy is. She says coldly at the outskirts of Aerospace City, where mutated red tide crawls over human civilization, sucking up Earth's nutrients like a leech. I agree with Vanessa. Besides, even if we're just barely hanging on, what's next? I can build a greenhouse using what we have. I'm talking about way further ahead. Don't be so naive, Rosa. Even if we secure all of Aerospace City, then what? Live like rats forever inside these high walls. Don't forget, Earth used to be ours. Oh. Hot blood clouds your vision. Your consciousness starts fading as heterogeneous screeches echoes in your head. You see something, but you can't quite grasp it. But it all comes at a cost. Cost? What doesn't? Even if the cost is your life. Anyone who's made it this far isn't a coward. She breathes heavily. After a few deep breaths, she calms down. I've grown to hate this way of life. Outside the window, snow falls hard, crashing against the ground. Hiding, running, trapped in one walled-off settlement after another. This is the future of human civilization. I'd rather destroy it than let it happen. I see. So, Commandant, can't give up on starting the red tide. Lucia, Nanami, and so many others are fighting for the future. How can you just stand still? The world can't stop here. Only by truly understanding your enemy can you find the answer. And we've lost Luna's control of the red tide. Chaos is gone, and no one can contain the mutated red tide. It's constantly changing, and the new Agent Zero is watching. Just giving in will unlock the Hero Tower's core secrets. Aerospace City's resources are limited, even with greenhouses and food storage. What about everything else? Construct fluid and spare parts, human serums and medicine. How do you replace things that you can't make here? As your lab equipment breaks down, where do you get new replacements? With no way out, we've got to take charge. People will die. I don't care if it's me, but I'll never stop fighting as long as I still draw breath. Humans are free. We can't become trapped animals waiting to die. Humans are free. After a quick talk, you decide to ask for volunteers from patrols and contracts to keep getting red tide samples and doing research. Surprisingly, as soon as you ask, people lined up from the lab to the street. Vanessa leans against the lab, watching the line with an enigmatic look. What? I was just a little surprised. Is it really a surprise? I thought it'd just be us, but I heard them talking about it last night. This works too. He looks at the street, lit by makeshift lamps, where people's faces show hope and worry. Humans are free. Nobody wants to be trapped behind walls forever. Once they've seen the light, how can they go back to darkness? Even if it means death, humanity will stand tall and write its own story. Billions of years later, future civilizations will see their strength and their battles. Even wounded, even with no ammo and no supplies, as long as there are still humans left, we're not giving up hope. Okay. Now, burn. Put me down now and go to back at Aerospace City. Huh. As she flips through the pages, fragments of stardust dance in the air, forming shimmering characters on the worn paper. So, we finally reach this point. Lines crisscross the pages, forming complex diagrams and charts. Humanity, singularity. Ah, here it is. The index finger presses the page, making the selected text flicker and project a hologram of Aerospace City. Day 7771 since the Commandant left Hedera Tower. Humanity abandoned their last settlement's Great Tombstone and moved to Aerospace City. But that wasn't the end of the story. The mutated red tide was eating up huge chunks of Earth, sucking out all the nutrients. Outside Aerospace City, where the filters couldn't reach, the punishing virus was eating away at everything. The punishing virus? It's not something you just beat. She flips to a new page. The survivors in Aerospace City started pulling some kind of material out of the mutated red tide. They tried analyzing it in their labs, looking for something. A familiar sight. The humans in white suits look hopeful, but red warning lights start flashing like crazy. Equipment broke down as everything screamed the truth at them. This was not something they could analyze. Humanity finally realized that the mutated red tide had evolved to a whole new level. They probably couldn't fight the punishing virus with anything Earth had. Abandonment, despair, same old story. Then, someone came up with a new idea, and they jumped right into testing it. These non-Earth substances were likely fragments from another civilization. The Grey Ribbon Commandant shared the experiences in the tower, explaining how the old time travel capsule, wrapped in the layers of chaos contamination, became the Hedera Tower. The Hedera Tower became a massive gateway. It stood tall like a crimson tower of Babel, its twisting tunnels leading to different times and even dimensions, connecting to countless unknowns. Around that time, Cradle, trapped in another era, found the Hedera Tower and, using its core, made a new body out of the punishing virus, and then came to this world, the one that inherited Dominic's legacy. Once the new Agent Zero fully controls the Hedera Tower, what's its next move? Will it take humanity to a new world, or will it pull in more civilization shards like a star gobbling up dust? Sharp eyes. Clever thinking, but still. She nods, impressed. If I had to guess, it's the latter. Agent Zero, the Punisher, is never satisfied. The pink-haired woman's eyes drift off, like she's remembering old tales. Harvesting every civilization that fails the filtering. She smirks as the pages flip themselves, rustling softly without any breeze. Faced with this, what choices do humans really have left? The glowing pages fade as she rests her chin on her hand, staring thoughtfully into the distance. Two dice roll slowly as dark fate spreads out, splashing water droplets that shatter into faint light. Inside Aerospace City, the snowstorm keeps howling. It's freezing, even inside, not a hint of warmth. You're watching the snow. No. But when will the snow finally stop? I'm afraid that's not happening. The mutated the mutated punishing virus keeps draining Earth's energy. There's no one to hold back the mutated red tide. Frailty has already started, and this cold isn't going anywhere. Following her gaze, she looks out at the heavy snow. Anyway, I've pulled more shards from the Hero Tower core. Aerospace City is still holding out against the mutated punishing virus because of this new tech. And she presses her lips together. We're running low on supplies. Yeah, the filters we can make now aren't cutting it. I've analyzed the red tide samples and the team brought back. The mutation rate keeps climbing. This keeps up, I'm worried our filters won't work anymore. We need to upgrade them, at least boost our current filtration power. Got the supply list ready. Most parts are still kicking around in Aerospace City, but core parts for the filter recycling units are gone, nowhere to be found. Recycling units? The heart of the old CPF, and key to keeping the punishing virus down. We can find old conservation errors or cities with those filters, we might find spare parts. I see. In the conference room next to the lab, Vanessa stands with her arms crossed while Discord spreads out a rough tactical map marking where the red tide is gathering. Not long ago, I led a team outside. The red tide still packed in the south of Aerospace City. Extreme cold hits us hard, but it might be keeping them back too. Just like way back when, they still hate the cold. She marked the southern parts of the map with red lines for the red tide. Agent Zero rarely pops up in the north either. I'd say there's at least one barely usable route up there. Following Discord's directions, Vanessa marks a rough path on the map. This route's risky. Hydro creature nests are crawling around here and here. You sure about this route? This is the mess we got after cutting out the heavily contaminated zones. Unless you'd rather swim through the red tide. She squints at the map where twisted lines snake into depths like fishing lures. There should be a few warehouses left past the ARU. I marked them ages ago. If those things still hate the cold up north, there's a decent chance we'll find some usable parts in those warehouses. As for the components we need, that's a gamble. But my luck's always been pretty solid. What I'm saying is, this might not be the best time. We're out of time. Red tide's surging faster and the new Agent Zero's getting stronger, almost breaking through our defenses. Those sentry turrets, AI guns, you can't seriously think they'll stop it, right? Plus, Aerospace City can't even keep itself running. We're scavenging for food just to keep people from starving. Once Agent Zero surrounds us, it won't even need to attack. We'll tear each other apart from the inside. She gives a cold laugh. And I just got some news. 2 more team members jumped into the red tide near the perimeter. Few humans can resist it. Red tide projection is a twisted paradise with the sweet smell of rust and blood. Every time you get close, you hear calls from deep inside your memories. It listens to your fantasies, creates dreamscapes of what you want, and pulls out your deepest, most precious memories. There was one team member, Sago her name was. She was retreating with me and then just broke down, sobbing. She said she heard her mother calling from inside the red tide. I told her it wasn't real, but she... What's even real anymore? Maybe this is a dream. This is a nightmare we can't wake up from. If only I could. If I just go over there. Mom said she'd be waiting for me. Paradise is over there with endless food where it's never cold again. Before anyone could stop her, she laughed dropped her weapon and jumped into the red tide. Cool. A heavy silence fills the room. So we need to find that item and fix the filter fast, otherwise, I'm afraid in a few days people will be lining up to throw themselves into the red tide. Is that no go? Not just you. That's a frown stirring the map. Discord, take a team to go around this way. There's an old area warehouse there. I've marked the entrance with safety beacons. And, Commandant, we will go this way. Are you crazy? That's way too close to Agent Zero's territory. That's exactly why you need to come with me. As long as my mind holds up, Agent Zero can't touch me. There's a big warehouse around here that I remember clearly there. You used it for trading with Babylonia. They kept their punishing virus filters in good shape there. The place probably has what Rosa needs. Someone's gotta bring back supplies if we want to survive this. She mutters to herself, staring at the dark sky. Far off, a creepy red glow spreads across the sky, slowly twisting into the shape of Agent Zero's eye. A sweet, metallic smell of blood fills the air. Darkness takes over. Consciousness pulls itself from memory. A faint light filters in from far away. A loud buzzing fills your head as pain signals come through the mind beacon. You left Aerospace City with Vanessa, heading for that warehouse you planned for. And then... Vanessa? Shallow, heavy breathing comes from nearby. The sound of a suit rustling. A sharp, icy pain shoots through your arm. The serum mixes with your blood, swirling strange colors in your vision. Your breathing gets heavy, your eyes closed and open. Your vision slowly comes into focus. You're awake. Get up and walk yourself. Your swaying vision stops. You realize Vanessa's been carrying you this whole time. Vanessa. Your scrambled brain starts working again. Back then, Vanessa and you left Aerospace City, following your route to the warehouse. But no one knew where Agent Zero would be. The new Agent Zero appeared right in front of you. Chaos was almost gone, replaced by a new, unfamiliar face. It was about to break free from Chaos's control. Maybe Chaos's last bit of consciousness helped you and Vanessa. After a brutal fight just before Vanessa was about to go down, Agent Zero turned into a puddle of red goo and melted into the red tide. Still fuzzy. I should toss you into the red tide and call it a day. I'm back. Vanessa scoffs softly and puts you in a hidden spot nearby. She's not looking good. Bad wounds, losing vital fluid, and her mind is all messed up. Her mind's deviating badly. Something nasty's latched on to me. She says this like it's no big deal. After Agent Zero disappeared, you got hit hard. I carried you all the way here. She rips at the bandages with her good arm, clearly impatient. Take the bandages. Taking the bandages, you cut a length and help Vanessa with her wounds. Just as you reach for the condensation liquid pack, Vanessa stops you. We'll save that for later. Shouldn't we head straight back to Aerospace City? With injuries like that, she shouldn't be able to keep going. The house we planned for is just ahead. She narrows her eyes, checking your surroundings. This area is still clean. Agent Zero showing up was probably a fluke. We got a good chance of finding what we need. Yeah. You can still move, right? Of course. Vanessa holds out her hand. Let's go. We need to hurry. Agent Zero's already found this place. As the mutated red tide keeps spreading, we might not get another chance to explore here. If the Squid's team can't find the parts either, we might as well jump into the red tide together. Don't joke about that. What's not funny about it? After a short break, you continue toward Vanessa's marked location. Just like Vanessa said, Agent Zero's already been here. Mutated red tide is switching in the shadows. A bunch of twisted red tide creatures are already gathering in the corners, testing the waters you need to grab the supplies before the red tide floods in. Careful. She grips her gun with her good arm and gestures for you to follow. Next second, corrosive spit shoots out of the darkness. Fire. Bang bang. Two quick gunshots ring out, blowing the red tide creature's head and chest, or whatever its chest might be. At least it wasn't Agent Zero. The red tide creature hisses as it melts away. Vanessa's face stays stone cold as she speeds up. The base is just ahead. The mutated red tide spreading like crazy, totally out of control. You both sprint at top speed, heading for the warehouse that hasn't been corrupted yet. Along the way, red tide creatures swarm them like moths to a flame. After Vanessa and you take them down, they just melt back into the red tide, then reform again. Agonizing pain shoots through her. She realizes with horrifying clarity that she's been massively infected with the punishing virus. Her left arm's completely useless and her right leg's parts are damaged. She's got maybe 20 minutes left. You calmly fire at the charging red tide creatures while Vanessa closes her eyes with a bitter smile next to you. Before she can speak, a choking cough escapes her lips. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Save your breath. She swallows a metallic, bitter taste of vital fluid. It's just up ahead. You pour the fuel you've been carrying in front of the warehouse. A single spark will turn the ground into a roaring inferno. Boom. Red gold flames shoot skyward. Alright, get inside quick. With the flames as a barrier, the red tide creatures are temporarily held back from storming the warehouse. Lock the warehouse door behind you. Even a few more minutes would make a difference. Vanessa watches your movement silently, just gesturing for you to start looking for the core device. Following Vanessa's memory, you search the warehouse, grabbing any useful supplies. Ah, found you. On the shelf at the far end sits the core device, just like Rosa described. My luck's always been pretty solid. She quickly shoves the devices into your backpack and struggles the sacked boxes under the skylight. You're breaking out from this side. Yeah, you go. The flames at the entrance won't hold them back for long. I'll cover your escape. I don't need cover. Through your mind beacon, agonizing pain and screams flood your mind connection. Your mind. Yeah, I heard you. Now stop wasting your energy. Before she finishes, her right leg gives out and she crashes to the ground. Ugh, thought I could last a bit longer. Putting two bandages from her emergency kit, Vanessa tightly wraps her damaged right leg joint and struggles to her feet. So, like I was saying, I'll stay behind while you take the device back. Never thought I'd say something so cheesy. Vanessa draws her weapon and looks at you. What are you standing around for? Expecting some dramatic goodbye? I don't do that. Now get out of here. Takes out the spare climbing rope. Don't do anything stupid. Use a climbing rope to drive Vanessa and you together. Hey, let me go. Continue with the plan. Without another word, Vanessa, you secure the immobilized construct to your back with the climbing rope, then try to climb to the skylight using the boxes Vanessa stacked earlier. The skylight's too narrow, barely big enough for one person. Can't get both of you through at the same time. Won't work. I told you, just leave me behind. Draw a weapon. Several gunshots later, the busted skylight crashes down with a deafening bang, sending dust everywhere. This should work. After restacking the boxes and using the rope, you quickly climb onto the warehouse roof. Sensing your determination, Vanessa finally stops fighting. Such naive idealism. Kindness is the last thing we need right now. I suggest you drop me and haul ass back to Aerospace City before your good intentions become actual supplies. Shut up. Cover my back. Soundtrack lets out a strange laugh. Focus on climbing. Looking around, red tide creatures are still blocked by the flames around the warehouse, but a few smart ones have gone around and are trying to cut you off. The half-collapsed buildings might be a new way out. Okay. Jump out to another rooftop. Don't be ridiculous. If we try that, we'd both end up on the ground hugging those disgusting things. So, how long are we playing Rooftop Park Hour through these regions? As she speaks, Vanessa fires at the header creatures chasing you. I told you, you can't outrun them carrying me out this distance. Put a climbing rope upward. After checking the distance repeatedly, it's safer to use the rope to climb onto the crossbeam of this building first, then jump to the other roof. The old building clearly wasn't built for this kind of weight. The steel structure groans ominously. Put me down. Do you want us both to die here? We won't. As much as I hate to say this again, but you should really leave me behind. My right leg is busted. I can't move. If I stay here, I might make a decent bomb at least. Save your energy. Stop talking. Chuck's voice box is useless, and I'm not wasting any more vital fluid. Gritting your teeth, you sprint across the steel structure, throwing the rope just before it collapses, leaving the two of you dangling from the edge of the opposite building. Collapsing structure crushes the warehouse below. After a moment of silence, Vanessa speaks again. Typical FOS chief. Rope is looped around another building support beam, and after a careful test, you swing across the rust-colored sky. Even now, you still believe that tactics and convictions are for enemies, and the living are worth saving at any cost. Isn't that how you think? No. Don't try to act tough. I never thought that way. Maybe that's why you beat me. No, I haven't lost either. The value of every survivor's life should be maximized. That's how we keep humanity alive. If I didn't think like that, do you think we'd have made it this far? As long as people are alive, as long as that spark of humanity is still burning, I haven't lost to you. Her voice fades away. Did you drift off? You feel a slight movement from behind. She's still with you. After climbing over the last pile of rubble, you're about to hit your limit. Confirming the direction, you stop weaving around and quickly take out a few squirming header creatures before rushing toward the target area. Zone will be trapped repeatedly. Rosa modified so it can barely reach your team within a certain range. Pretty smart. When did you contact Discord? When you were stacking boxes. Don't make me sound like an idiot. Despite her trying to sound casual, you can feel her frame getting colder. No. Vanessa. Don't worry, I'm not dying on you yet. The edge of the snowfield is in sight. Red flares are going up. Discord's other team is right there. Jump down from the ruins using the rope. A sharp pain shoots up your leg as a pierce of the rebar erupts through your suit. The icy wind seeps in, chilling you to the bone. No one's dying here. The snow-covered ground is a muddy mess, a cold mix of hope and despair. Vanessa, command it. A faint voice is lost in the wind, echoing in the distance. Almost there. The freezing wind cuts deep. Your pain-numbed body resists moving as the punishing wire starts eating away at your flesh. You're almost there. Cold sweat freezes on your temples as your vision blurs with those discolored patches again. Consciousness sinks back into the depths. Okay. Ishmael's Fable. Wonderful reactions occur each time an odd tale is added with new variables. Such changes always bring me delight. Okay. Because nothing will go wrong. Here's finished the mission. Or didn't finish the mission. Okay, so there's two endings. Downstairs or continuing forward. Okay, fair enough.
古い物語に新たな変数が入ると不思議な反応が起きる。私はこうした小さな変化を見るのが大好きなのです。さあ、見せて。変数が加わるとその響きが変わるのかどうかを。人間が一人 未知の世界に迷い込みました。立ち上がりましたね。どこへ行こうとしているの？人間とそっくりの体はどれも息をしていません。あの人は不思議に思っているようです。どうやらこれは赤潮の共栄ね。いつも意外な情報を残していきます。
今のあなたこそグレイレイ分隊が必死に探している本物の指揮官なのかな。それともどうでもいい5人のクローンのうちの1人。
あの人は赤潮の共栄から興味深い情報を得たようです。惑星か、それともロキ。また角を曲がると、あの人は再び赤潮の共栄を見た。
ロキの頭部は深刻な損傷を受けてる。意識データは保存できないかな。
Okay.
すみません、手は尽くしたのですが。
I was probably working with them.
じゃあ何か他の方法を。
赤潮の共栄が消え、あの人は痕跡に気づいた。あの
Investigate.
人は血痕を見つけました。前回の異常事故が残した痕跡です。正しい道だと確信したあの人は先へ進むことにしました。
ごめんなさい。僕があの指揮官の居場所を見失っただけでなく、クティーラも予想より召喚が早まったせいで暴走してしまった。
道を見つけたあの人は早くここを離れたいと焦っているようです。ここは巨大な迷宮。そして道を間違えたことに気づきました。新たな分岐点、下へ続く道を選びましたね。おや、新たな赤潮の共栄ですね。
もう退路はない。後ろはさっきみたいな化け物だらけだ。指揮官、あいつを倒すしかない。あいつがここを出てワクサと合流したら俺らは攻撃される。
この方向に進めばじきに本当の手口です。
侵食された実験体、直接手を下すしかない。
侵食された実験体、これが自分だと気づいているのでしょうか。どうやらここをすぐ離れる必要がありますね。それでもあの人は最後の道へと足を踏み出しました。
一つはこの取引に応じてクティーラの子宮の束縛を解き、指揮官を守りながらここを出ること。卵を僕に渡してくれ。内部から僕がクティーラを牽制しないと5000メートルの水圧に耐えられないだろう。
Good old known copy.
最後の注射をすれば残された命は48時間のみになる。空中庭園に戻れたとしてもあなたを助ける技術があるとは限らないでしょう。
バレリアから100粒以上入った袋をもらったのによ。 俺は2つ、あんたに1つやっただけだが。
Protection can record. If you can see this.
ごめんなさい。今は離れましょう。まだあなたが来るべき時ではありません。
Okay, next scene. Mythos. You're a bit late. Did something hold you up? The frail ascendant stands to the side, looking up at the massive tree bathed in red tide. Some unexpected hiccups. Unexpected hiccups? He glances back at the merciful one like he's looking for a nod of approval. It won't mess with your plans. Hearing the pink-haired woman's confirmation, the Ascendant turns away again, focused on the weird giant tree, ignoring everyone else. Is she okay? Her cradle's stable. Everything will be fine. A high-ranking figure stares at the Ascendant's thin frame, her eyes dark and unreadable. Everything will be fine. Mutters, trying to convince himself as the grotesque tree grows out of a jagged cage, its roots sucking up countless screams. The red tide surges, nurturing the blood-red cocoon at the top like a mother. Everything will be fine. Okay. Now let's do the other ending.
「古い物語に新たな変数が入ると不思議な反応が起きる。私はこうした小さな変化を見るのが大好きなのです。さあ、見せて。変数が加わるとその響きが変わるのかどうかを。人間が一人未知の世界に迷い込みました。立ち上がりましたね。どこへ行こうとしているの？その場を離れ、これは赤潮の競泳ね。ここにあまり興味はなさそう。また角を曲がると、ここでの出来事にまだ興味がわか道を見つけたあの人は、ここは巨大な迷宮。
I love her
新た
narrations
な
like
分
as
岐点、
what do you
下
mean?
へ続く道
You're
を
not gonna
選
look?
びました。あら、
Huh?
これは新しい道。あの人はよく知らないようです。引き返して下にある本当の出口に向かうべきでしょう。新たな異変ですか。面白いことが起こりそうですね。
Aw. Hey,
あの人は
this is
全
where
て
we
を見
come
ました。
around. Oh,
あなたですか。今はまだ来るべき時ではないようです。
Ian. And then this probably goes back to like Lithos and Ishmael. Oh, nope, never mind. New scene. Where is this place? Oh. Key. Pick up the key. Shape resembles a key. Perhaps it can be placed somewhere. Investigate. Merciful one, is that what they call me now? Not bad. Key. Weapon lore. Key of Yog-Sothoth. Record. Investigate. Mechanical life came from far away and made a wish to be. I guess Ishmael's personal notes, diaries or whatever. grab it, I guess. Okay. I guess. Okay, back on the old track. Time again is December 20th, 2160. There are only 5 days left until December 20th this year, aren't there? Hold up. Did a couple laps around here. Me back. I already got lost. Bit of a maze. Okay, now we're back here. Is the key there? Forward. I'll explore a little bit more. Especially if I missed any stuff. Maybe I'll just look through it on my own time. Can't pick it back up anymore anyways. Oh, and I see a game board here. Investigate.
ここに来るべきでは、今はまだその時ではないのです。グレイレイ。
And we go back to this. Yep. Never been so clear-headed. Okay. Fables, flames blanketed by snow. A torch, flickering with crimson gold flames that light up the land in an instant, is hoisted aloft like a runner's baton. Muddled consciousness drifts into the ocean's depths. Waterlogged vision, waves crashing, whispers and howls and bubbles hitting your brain with every tide. Yeah, suddenly cold air fills your lungs, the taste of dust snapping you back to reality. The tent is empty. That dream again. The feeling of drowning still lingers. Was it a nightmare or a real glimpse of what happened? Are you the commandants the Graven team is desperately searching for, or just the one of the 5 they don't care about? I remember that Valeria gave me a whole pack. There were over 100 candies in there, but I only recall eating 2 and giving you 1. Red Tide Projection can record, if you can see this. And then there's that figure, blurry but familiar. Who is she, and why does it feel like she sees everything? And what did she mean, it's not the right time? Take out notebook and pen. After quickly writing down key phrases and double checking them, you look around. Get up and walk around. By the bed, your boots are caked with ice and snow. To avoid getting sick in another lecture from a Vanessa, you'll skip those for now. Look around. This is a basic tent, nothing but the bed you're on, though the entrance, a faint light shines from the snowy outside. Before you blacked out, you were carrying Vanessa, heading to meet Emma in Discord judging by this. Emma? Muffled voices drift in from outside. Before you can make out what they're saying, the tent's flap opens. Thank goodness, we were worried. You never wake up. She quickly checks the readings on your suit. Your suit was damaged, causing hypothermia and punishing virus infection. If you didn't have any serum left, you wouldn't have made it. Your injuries were bad, so we moved to a safer spot inside of camp, trying to stabilize you. Discord went back to Aerospace City for help, while I stayed to watch you. Discord will be back with the rescue vehicle soon. Emma's acting weird, talking fast and making no sense while jamming the serum into your suit's port. Emma? When Discord gets here, huh? Hearing your call, she looks up worried. The serum's port is on the right side. Where's Vanessa? Like a switch flipped, Emma's face goes pale and her fingers start shaking. She lowers her head, plugs the serum into the right port, then injects the whole dose. Then she stares at the infection readings. Emma? Emma's lips are pressed together. Only when the readings start to drop does she look up, tears silently falling. Vanessa. She's gone. Vanessa. Kane. During the search, the orange-haired construct spots someone moving through the snow. Discord over there. Discord, who is searching elsewhere, hears Emma's call and looks toward her. The dark figures stumble before collapsing into the snow. Fortunately, they're close enough that Emma and Discord reach them with little effort. How could this be? Two people are down in the snow. Vanessa's a mess, big wounds on her arm and leg, and the commandant. Don't just stand there. The commandant has a damaged suit and is showing infection symptoms. Serum's in the kit. Inject it now. Right. Seeing her rock her support in such a state throws Emma for a loop. Despite her panic, she follows Vanessa's orders, finding the serum and injecting it in the commandant's suit. You have a spare suit? Here. They grab a backup suit and quickly put it on the commandant. Excuse me. Then they push through the wind and snow, heading fast for Aerospace City. Where are the others you brought? After getting the commandant's message, we came right away. We sent the others to gather supplies nearby. Tell them all to turn back and return to Aerospace City. Vanessa's breathing gets heavy and fast. Vanessa, stop talking. You're losing a lot of vital fluid. Emma pulls out a vital fluid pack and tries to hook it up to Vanessa, but Vanessa stops her. Save it. We won't need it yet. Emma, keep an eye on the punishing light virus levels around us. Vanessa squints, thinking fast. Agent Zero's already spotted the commandant. They won't let go of such easy prey. They are not likely to get everyone out of here alive. Copy. Understood. She bites her lips, put the vital fluid pack away, and turns on the virus monitor. The blizzard's getting worse, howling and hitting everything. Carrying an unconscious human and an injured construct slows them down a lot. Discord, the punishing virus is spiking. How far to the rescue vehicle? Emma glances at Vanessa, unsure if she's unconscious or simply resting with her eyes closed, then notices her voice asks Discord. From here, at our current pace, it'll take about 2.5 hours. Did the others get the message? Yeah, they didn't venture deep into the snow plain. The faster ones have probably already returned to a safe area around Aerospace City. Watch out! During their conversation, the mutated red tide had silently crept to their feet, unnoticed until now. Bang! Emma pulls Discord away, nimbly dodging the tide while carrying the commandant. She spins around and fires at the tentacles emerging from the thin crimson tide. Though not as potent as the Omega weapons in the past, Rosa's custom firearm proves more than sufficient against these small mutated tentacles. Mutated tentacles recoil in pain, emitting a hoarse, mournful cry before retreating back into the purple liquid on the ground. However, it has already located them. How far could Agent Zero be now? In the shadows behind the rocks, the new Agent Zero stares in their direction with cold, lifeless eyes. It is newly born, knowing nothing except for the ceaseless urge to chase power, to endlessly consume, to devour this world whole. Everything in this world is supposed to serve as its nourishment. Its hollow eyes focus on the silhouettes in the distance, and that human will become its most delectable feast. It must move faster. Pushing her frame's output to maximum power, Emma anxiously glances behind her. They're still more than 2 hours away from where they parked the rescue vehicle. Emma isn't sure if she can safely bring Vanessa and the commandant back to Aerospace City. The sound of gunfire jolts Vanessa awake, pulling her back to reality. The commandant has fallen unconscious. Without suppression, Vanessa's mind getting more unstable. She's using all her energy just to keep it together. How far are we from Aerospace City? At this pace, about 4 hours. Her words come out breathless, leaving us uncertain whether it's from her continued movement or from a profound sense of concern. But we could reach the rescue vehicle in 2 hours. Not enough time. Even if you two push your system to limits, you still won't make it. The red tide's spreading fast, covering 40 to 50 kilometers a night. Discord silently raises a weapon and fires, pushing back the red tide creeping toward them. It's caught up. Those things, they're like parasites sticking to you. Once they find you, they won't stop coming until they get a piece of you. Vanessa seems to be thinking, but her eyes are unfocused. As her mind is being hammered by waves of corruption, her body screaming death from the cold. Deploy mega weapons at the escape point with plenty of explos. She unconsciously gives the right orders for their situation. But we're out of omega weapons. Babylonia's omega weapons ran out a decade ago. They can't perfectly recreate them with what they have now. Huh, right. Those are long gone. She snaps back to reality with a bitter smile. Her vision blurs as her mind fades into darkness. A wave of dusty exhaustion washes over her. She bites down on her tongue, using the pain to force herself awake. We cut through the southeast. It's no use. It's already locked on. Discord and Emma sprint forward, desperate to outrun Agent Zero's gaze. But no matter where they go, the cold, creeping red tide follows like a shadow, impossible to shake off. At this rate, it won't do. Weighed down by a heavy burden, it's just a matter of time before the mutated red tide overtakes them. Spitting out the vital fluid that's filling her mouth again, Vanessa calmly assesses her frame's damage before speaking slowly. How's the commandant holding up? While running, Emma quickly checks the commandant's suit for infection. After the serum, infection levels are slightly high, but vitals are stable. Mild hypothermia too. Her frame's about 70% damaged, her left arm gone, and her right leg erect, and barely held on by bandages. You two go on, leave me here, I'll cover your escape. Have you lost it? Emma stares at Vanessa, incredulous. You're the ones who've lost it. He says it as casually as if you're saying, I'm going to find supplies. At your current pace, we'll all be that thing's lunch in half an hour. Not a bad way to go, actually. Also can watch us from inside the red tide back in the Aerospace City. No, absolutely not. We're not leaving you here alone. I agree. Discord cuts in. Her breathing's erratic. For an older model like her, the pace is way past her limits. She's running on fumes. I'm not asking for your permission. With an annoyed wave, Vanessa fires her sidearm at her other creature, creeping up behind Emma before Discord can react. Emma jumps, nearly stepping into the red tide that's already seeping toward them. Without them noticing, the red tide slowly closing in from all sides. Dear won't let us pray, get away. The snow field still peaceful, but there's a deadly trap hidden beneath the snow. Oh, there's gotta be another way. She bites her lip, trying to find the best option. For example, I could draw the red tide away while Discord gets you into command, and that I can still fight after all. You're suggesting Discord carry both a cripple and an unconscious human, pushing your system to the breaking point, and then keep that up for 2 hours. Ugh. Mid-sentence, Discord groans as she lifts her foot, the bottom of her shoe already stained with red tide. Do you see? Covering her mouth and nose, Vanessa coughs, vital fluid leaking from the corner of her lips. We don't have time to argue. If we wait, we all die here. Vanessa says, stating the damage to her frame. Even if we got back to Aerospace City in time, they don't have enough to fix me. The snow's falling harder now. I don't have the energy to convince you. 2 choices. A. We all die. B. I stay behind to cover you. As they speak, mutated red tide tentacles silently reach out, wrapping around Emma's ankle. Ugh. Emma stumbles and Vanessa cuts the rope, jumping off her back. Barely steady on her left leg, Vanessa tightens a bandage on her right leg with one hand. Vital fluid stains the ground. I'll say this one last time. You and Discord take the command and leave. I'll cover your retreat. Don't worry about how I'll do it, and don't worry about whether I can still fight. Don't forget what I taught you. Maximize the value of survivors. With her last bit of strength, Vanessa leans against a nearby rock. Snowflakes quickly cover her, turning red as they soak up her vital fluid. Without another word, Emma and Discord salute her and follow her orders, heading back to Aerospace City with the Commandant. Kane. She looks up at the grey sky, forcing a bitter smile. The battlefield doesn't play nice. No one saves everyone, and everyone loses something. Even you, Chief. Using the ice as a mirror, she tries to smooth her messed up hair and wipe the blood off her face. Yes, one good thing about being a contract is that synthetic skin cleans way easier than human skin. The murmurs echo across the desolate icy ground, just as they did decades ago when she stayed in that dark underground chamber. Back then, she at least had the unconscious chief for company, but now she stands utterly alone in this vast, empty world. The mutated red tide sloshes against the ice as Agent Zero slowly forms from the liquid. It's moving pretty fast. The purple-haired construct gives Agent Zero a nasty smirk. This is where it ends. She detonates her frame. Old habits, die hard. The tent is freezing cold, the entrance is frozen solid, and the wind's howling against the tent, making muffled thumps. We heard the blast but didn't dare look back. We got to the safe zone first. After getting you settled, I went back to see. The explosion did something. It made today the red tides backed off for now, but the ice is gone. Just dark brown rock left. This is all I found. She opens her hand, showing a scarab name tag riddled with bullet holes and blackened by the blast. You want to say something but can't find the words. You open your mouth but only a hoarse sigh comes out. Vanessa. Let me reintroduce myself. My name's Vanessa, commanding the Vagrant and chief commander of this operation. Regardless of your past accolades, Commandant, you better follow my orders as a chief commander. Kane, you stupid and naive piece of trash. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now you have no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of survivors. This greeting comes 30 years late, Grave Commandant. I thought this time you were finally... Excuse me. I thought this time you were finally dead for real. Go on then. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. I'll wait right here. Don't worry, when you open your eyes, I'll be the first thing you see. Do you realize it's been already? All this time and still no news. If we followed the usual, we would have already declared you dead. How hilarious. The voice seems to emerge from underwater waves, while the mini-terminal emits intermittent white noise. Commandant! Serum. Is there any serum left? The last dose is already gone. Over here. Tent flap opens briefly, then someone comes in, letting in a blast of cold wind that clears the air for a moment. Cold liquid flows into your vein as the blurry underwater scenery fades away once more. Emma looks at you with urgent concern. You're in rough shape, Commandant. Fine. You force yourself to sit up, fighting against your exhaustion and ignoring the dizziness. A dark, deep sea follows you like a shadow, an inescapable cage weighing you down as it churns through your mind. Cover your forehead. Your infection levels are spiking. Commandant, can you hold on? I can. We need to get back fast. Rosa's waiting for those core parts. You can't let Vanessa's sacrifice be for nothing. Alright, let's get ready to go. The makeshift camp is quickly packed up. Snow covers every trace you left. In this weather, that ice field will be back to normal in no time. The team loads up the supplies into the rescue vehicle while Discord and Emma wait by the car. This place is really close to Aerospace City, less than half an hour away. Aerospace City's filter reaches this far, keeping Agent Zero out for now. If only Vanessa hadn't been hurt. However, ifs don't exist in this world. You clutch the metal scarab tag tightly, so much so that its sharp edges nearly pierce into your palm. Commandant, it's time to go. Let's go. Goodbye, Vanessa. She must be so tired, carrying humanity's torch for 30 years. She did more than enough. A torch with leaping red gold flames suddenly lights up the area, held high like a relay baton. As long as that fire burns, humanity's hope lives on. You won't let the civilization Vanessa saved fall apart. The engine breaks the silence, and soon heavy snow hides all their tracks. Like you were never here. The pink-haired construct stands on the mountaintop, watching the rescue vehicle disappear. It's all deja vu, but something feels different this time. Red gold flames seem to dance in her eyes. After a moment, old memories surface in her deep mind. Another Pioneer member gone. Yes, it's 253. TA-32 class. His name was L2 Hythe, an immigrant from planet Bola. He had a lover who was Pioneer 142. Once, as the heat death approached, they seemed to have lived through a similar story. Pages turn, but the memories are fading. Stars blinked out one by one as ships fled into deep space, never to return. The story's always the same, but will these humans share that fate? Even if they escape this loop. Who can escape eternal darkness? The dice collide with a crisp sound as the pink-haired construct gazes at the departing rescue vehicle before vanishing into the snow-covered plain. Firewood. I will bring back new fire and myself to stoke the flame of human civilization. Bay City? It's done. After obtaining the new red tide sample and resources, Rosa has dedicated herself to working day and night with the team's recovered core device, finally creating new filters. The first small-scale filter springs right into action, steadily diminishing the rise in corruption levels that have been intensifying with each passing day. The red tide slowly recedes along the edges of Aerospace City, making the air within seem to flow more freely. As another new filter slowly activates, the nearby working residents let out quiet cheers. Comprehensive testing is completed. Purification efficiency is 8% higher than before, barely enough to maintain the current punishing virus concentration in this area. She frowns at the crude device, clearly dissatisfied with the current results. Well, at least it can hold back the mutated red tide for a while. Emma tries to comfort those present, but hearing these words only makes Rosa's frown deepen. What? The analysis report on the red tide sample is complete. Its growth exceeds my expectations. Just an 8% increase in purification efficiency isn't enough for a permanent solution, but this is already the limit of what we can do with all of Aerospace City's available resources. We're short on substitutes and our experimental supplies continue to dwindle. I'm sorry, this is the best answer I could provide right now. We're out of time, unless we can extract more components from the Hera Tower's core. She bites down hard on her lower lip. Also, here's what you asked for. Rosa hands you a small hat-shaped device. The lab just created this first simulation device today based on my earlier concept. It hasn't been tested yet. What is this? It can stabilize mine beacons designed to support my connection with constructs. Is there a problem with your mind? Emma immediately tenses up. It's just a precaution. You cut in before Rosa can speak. Hearing your explanation, Emma shifts her gaze away, not entirely convinced. Mind beacon simulation, filtering. If we could strengthen each filter at a single point using a lighthouse network approach and then extend it into a grid. Inspired in a flash, Rosa hastily jots down something in the notebook before swiftly turning on a heel and rushing back to the laboratory. Rosa, you haven't rested in a long time. All that answers everyone is the sound of the laboratory door shut and close. And then last I was offsides, the door at the end of the hallway creeps open, revealing Discord's entrance. How's the situation outside? Not so good. Everyone's in low spirits. The advanced team hasn't gone outside for a long time, not since Agent Zero appeared. No venturing outside means no supply runs, resulting in food shortages and dwindling essential resources. For some, the memory of the satisfying meal has been missed for a long time. And besides, ever since they learned about what happened to Vanessa, she turns her head away, gazing out the window. Look outside. Outside, a chilling wind blows through the streets, stirring a hushed gathering of residents, all gazing toward the direction where Vanessa departed. 30 years, both brief and long at once. Many have followed Vanessa through constant relocation since their earliest memories, making her virtually the cornerstone of their existence. No matter how dire things became, with Vanessa around, everything somehow seemed salvageable. She would loudly berate those who made foolish mistakes while simultaneously finding ways to ensure everyone's continued survival. Now, without Vanessa, how much further can they possibly go? Beneath the soft strains of the melody, muffled sobs can be heard. The residents, with fearful faces and hunched shoulders, bracing against the cold, remain rooted in place, unwilling to retreat to the warmth of their indoor sanctuary. They join the singer in a soft chant, raising various light sources, crude lanterns, and hastily bundled torches above their heads. Scattered points of light flicker to life across the street, guiding the wandering soul toward home. Could we do something to help them regain their spirits? But they should never have to have. But they should never have had to endure such hardship. If the Hurdle Tower had never descended, if Agent Zero had never appeared, if none of this had ever happened, these residents, they could live in Babylonia, in conservation areas, as staff members, mechanical engineers, soldiers, farmers, traveling merchants. They could be born into a more peaceful world. They shouldn't have to bear such suffering and sorrow. Everyone has the right to grieve. Time will ferment sorrow into bitter wine, giving each soul the courage to live on. Things will get better. Emma lets out a soft sigh once more, hesitating briefly before casting a glance toward you. Then, what about you? How are you feeling? Chris. Blood trickles through your fingers, blurring the lines of your skin. The rough metal cuts into your palm as the tags of Scab and Grey Raven hang together, their weight heavy in your hand and heart. It's alright. But I won't let it break me down. Nor will I fall easily. Vanessa fought until her final moment. If you were to fall here, in the end, you're just as mediocre as I thought, Kane. You slide open the window, allowing a rush of cold wind mixed with swirling snowflakes to rush inside, cooling your reddened eyes and clearing your mind. Time bought with the price of life should not be wasted on despair and sorrow. Swiftly recalling all events experienced since entering the Hydra Tower, you scour through your memories in search of that pivotal thread amidst the chaos. There must be a final solution to everything happening now. And hope is the other reward you're getting. I'm sure there will come a turning point where you'll find a perfect solution to the problems you're facing right now. This is what your entire civilization have strived for. At this stage, the Hydra Tower can no longer be entered, so are there other solutions that could set the world back on its proper course? Your vision sinks downward as your mind is pulled away by sharp threads, submerging into the deep, dark waters. Is it a new anomaly? Looks like something interesting is about to happen. Sorry, leave this place. It is not the right time for you to be here. That woman with her face indiscernible, those half real, half illusory mumblings. When all illusions are stripped away, what remains, no matter how incredulous, stands as the final truth. An obscure semblance of truth starts to take shape in your mind. Yet, before the final thread can be grasped, the sounds of gunfire and hurried footsteps from outside the walls shatter the flow of thoughts. Commandant, there's an emergency communication from the patrol team. Muted gunfire reverberates from the outskirts of the city walls, slicing through the air. Beads of cold sweat dampen the forehead of the guarding soldier. His quivering gun barrels aimed at the advancing enemies below, who approach with unsettling impassivity. He glances at the self-destruct device on his protective suit, grits his teeth, and establishes calms with the city. Warning, warning, punishing concentration is rising. The specialized bullet tears through the Hydra creature and sinks into Agent Zero's body. Its form blurs for a moment, only to swiftly recover. It's not working. It's Agent Zero. Agent Zero is spotted. What comes after the chaotic sound is a muffled explosion. Can we pinpoint the location? Found a sentry post on the outskirts of Aerospace City, right at the edge of the filter's effective area we measured last time. Could it be trying to breach the filter's blockade? Deploy nearby squads for support. Rosa's filter remains in defense against the punishing virus and the assaults of the Hetero creatures. Without it, Agent Zero might have already commanded the Red Tide to devour Aerospace City. Let's go there too. Outskirts of Aerospace City. From a distance, the eerily colored Red Tide snakes along the edge of Aerospace City. The filter is working effectively, faintly outlining an invisible wall. At times, a few Hetero creatures venture to test the unseen threshold, their appendages breaching the boundary only to dissolve swiftly, as if evaporating into thin air. Over there, Agent Zero stands right at the edge of the boundary line. It raises its palm, tentatively touching the invisible wall before it. As its fingers gradually dissolve into ether, a furrow creases its brow, prompting a swift withdrawal as if in pain. It still cannot pass directly through this boundary line. Yet, it matters not. Raising its head, it gazes toward a nearby mountain peak where that human stands. That human is the anchor point of this world, entwined with its very fate, able to provide it with sufficient power. After all, Weeping Zert's civilization has always been Agent Zero's calling. Melting slowly in the embrace of the Red Tide, Agent Zero locks its gaze on the silhouette atop the mountain peak amidst the snowfall. Raising its hand, it commands more Hetero creatures to charge forward, aiming to breach humanity's defense line. The Red Tide sweeps up the snow, raging like a tempest alongside the relentless assault of the Hetero creatures, battering against the unseen wall. Further away, the Hetero Tower radiates an ominous red glow. From what was once called the Hetero Zone, the Red Tide surges forth like an unstoppable deluge, wearing away continents, traversing desolate plains and towering peaks to inundate humanity's final bastion. The Hetero creatures rise slowly, gradually forming an encirclement around Aerospace City. Even though the filters retain the ability to purify the punishing virus for now, the struggle will eventually prove futile. It has enough patience to see that day come. Through the lens of the binoculars, you see Agent Zero's gaze directly in this direction, as if it has spotted new prey. Chaos is already gone. Has the new Agent Zero completely devoured her? Last time you saw Agent Zero, she still hadn't entirely devoured Chaos. Chaos seems capable of exerting a certain level of control over its actions, but this time, it looks completely whole now. This spells trouble for humanity. If Chaos is fully consumed, the Red Tide will inevitably spiral out of control, posing a dire threat. A massive tide rushes toward where the two of you stand. Commandant! Emma draws her weapon and aims at Agent Zero, who is moving along the tide. It's fine. Let's see what it's planning to do. Based on her observations, the filters can still purifying the punishing virus for now. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity while Agent Zero is here to probe whether Chaos's will still exists. It stands at the foot of the mountain, gazing upward. Chaos? Chaos. As if picking up a specific keyword, its silhouette begins to blur and morph into an entirely new shape. Now it's the familiar pale girl standing in the crimson tide. Tell me, I have nothing to say to you. The reality deteriorating. No. Muttering incomprehensibly, it fixes its gaze upon you as though scrutinizing something intently. Come, Graven Commandant. Kane, come with us. New world. Fire. Bang! In response, it is met with unflinching gunfire. Whatever you're planning to do, I'll never let you take away human civilization. It's a flame preserved by countless souls, one that should not be extinguished here. I think I just saw my father. Jolted by the gunfire, Emma snaps out of a momentary daze. It's a Red Tide projection. That's more realistic than any Red Tide I've ever seen. Agent Zero is still constantly evolving through the Hedor Tower. Through the Hedor Tower, what it can absorb extends beyond the civilization of the present of humanity. Just like how a stellar core attracts stardust. The red tide projections. What a familiar scene. A city in recollection lay besieged by crimson tide, viral red spreading through every star system it could touch like maggots burrowing into bone. Sadly, the world known as Chaos probably doesn't exist anymore. Unfolding the book, threads of crimson and gold intertwine amongst the lines of text as she delves into the writings, lost in contemplation. Without chaos, no one can continue weaving the red tide. Without guidance, the newly bred Agent Zero will grow into a pure beast. She gazes distantly toward where Agent Zero appeared. In contrast to Cradle, the newborn Agent Zero from the turbulent red tide exists beyond communication. Similar to the Punisher of old, it is driven by solely by primal and chaotic instincts. It will use any means necessary to achieve its purpose and complete its mission, to take the entire Earth civilization back behind the gate. Is a miracle still possible now? And that's you have to go now, and you are not in charge of tomorrow, and you need to explore with your life at stake for those who stand behind you, like all those who came before. Like all those who came before you have done. The deep echo reverberates through your thoughts once more, carrying with it the echoes of tides and the unique white noise of the ocean depths humming in your ears. Leave this place. It's not the right time to be here. The red tide ebbs and flows at the foot of the mountain, fragmented memories flooding your vision. Jolted awake in alarm, you soon discern that it's just shards of snow reflected on the window, illuminating your face. More than 40 days and nights have passed since Agent Zero appeared on the outskirts of the Aerospace City. The heavy snowfall shows no sign of relenting. The red tide and other creatures have gradually enclosed Aerospace City, trapping it at the center. Residents cannot venture out to gather supplies, forced to survive on what little food remains within the city. We're running low on food supplies, and the crops in the greenhouse haven't fully grown yet. 8.1 days until the earliest harvest. Medical supplies are also running short, and some of the severely wounded are starting to worsen. Commandant, that Agent Zero showed up again. Is it still saying the same thing? Yeah, it's Nyson who ran into it this time. It turned into his mother and said the same thing to him. Once the commandant enters the red tide and reunites with them, they will leave Aerospace City. That's impossible. It will never be satisfied. It will only grow stronger after devouring the commandant. But Nyson and the others don't know that. They don't get why the red tide would become stronger after consuming one single human. They're just trying to stay alive. Few people have already begun to talk about voting the Force Commandant into the red tide. That's absurd. They can't do this. Into the red tide. Your memories from the Hedor Tower gradually surface. Chaos under fruit. The red tide within the Hedor Tower. Enter the red tide. What if, like in the Hedor Tower, you delve into the tide's depths, entrusting your mind beacon to seize authority from the newborn, still unstable Agent Zero. You have already obtained the mind beacon stabilization device made by Rosa, but would this truly work? Is there any other way? The rate of food consumption now surpasses the quantity in stores. Patrol teams have scavenged every corner of Aerospace City, leaving no stone unturned. Previously, they could search for sustenance in the wooded regions within the filter's reach. However, with the red tide sealing off Aerospace City over 40 days ago, the patrol teams have enforced a stringent lockdown, prohibiting any residents from venturing beyond the city limits. The red tide's influence is ubiquitous. In only 40 days, it has already lured 3 people to jump into its depths. Nyson's group. They were just too hungry to bear it any longer. That's why they went out looking for food. Barniga's voice gradually lowers. Nyson, how's he doing now? Patrol team located him and brought him back just in time, but he was already corrupted by the punishing virus. He might end up losing a leg. Things can't go on like this. A desolate chill descends with the slanting daylight, while snow reflects the sky's glow, illuminating everything around and revealing the entire landscape in stark clarity. Not far away, the red tide slithers ferociously around the perimeter of the filter's effective range. Under Agent Zero's command, head recruiters relentlessly assault the boundaries of the safe area marked by the filters. They are advancing slowly but surely. The surging tide crashes against the unseen wall, its viscous sound echoing in the air, once again dragging your thoughts back to everything experienced during unconsciousness. The pink-haired construct under the sea. For reasons unknown, memories from even further back gradually surface. From an even earlier, the memories within the Hetero Tower. Raven Commandant, who are you exactly? Can you see beyond the ordinary world like me? Is all that's left here just a projection like me? Raise your head before the mirror. Tell me. What she glimpsed wasn't just a silver lining from behind. Or silver lining from behind. On the right track, huh? Perhaps the variable you're hoping for is already taking notice of your wish. Right? Fragmented memories, like shattered mirror shards, gradually piece together. When all illusions are stripped away, what remains, no matter how incredulous, stands as the final truth. You're watching, right? All that responds to your question is a cold, howling wind howling past. The ocean's depths, the stairways, the slaughterhouse parade, and the approaching downpour. She observes this world through the pouring rain. What does she or they truly seek? What do they want to see? What do they hope to obtain? And what knowledge do they seek from this world line? Do they wish to see the punishing devour humanity, or do they want to witness humanity's triumph over the punishing? If it's the former, why don't they directly intervene to help the punishing eradicate humanity? If it's not, then why do they remain in the spectator seat? What do they truly want? What exactly do they wish to see? Countless wild theories flash through your mind. The Hetero Tower, Cradle, Vonnegut, the pink-haired construct, as fragmented memories surge and vanish in rapid succession. These symptoms of yours, they're remarkably similar to the effects of Agent Zero's authority. All I know is the contaminating medic is destined to arrive. Every Dominic throughout history has tried, but failed to stop what's coming. Why does the contaminating medic specifically target 0-point energy? It's collecting civilizations that have mastered 0-point energy and testing them. Those whose development is deemed unbalanced or incorrect have their data harvested and brought back to the gates to grow. Without the key, even if we complete the gate, we can't escape this place as a whole. Agent Zero, why call the contaminating medic that? Was it ever really a person? This Hetero Tower is my creation, and also where I came into existence. This marks the start of the story. This is where everything begins. I know you all can hear me. The universe stretches silent and vast, with only countless snowflakes swirling down. In the dead of night, as you stand atop a mountain and cast your gaze backward, the scattered lights of Aerospace City have faded into a deep slumber. Your protective suit bears crude patches to mend the damage, yet the cold wind manages to seep through the crevices. In this instant, the world is enveloped in such silence that you can almost hear the rigid grinding of your own bones. You have shed all that needed to be left behind. Emma and Discord will take care of the rest, dismissing any lingering distractions. You lift your head to gaze into the void above. If you are watching, please speak with me. Endless ranges of dark mountains loom on the horizon, pressing down on the small city as if poised to engulf it. You confront the frigid, desolate night, gazing toward the unknown dimension. I know what you want, and I know what you wish to see. Countless words surge and recede within your chest, yearning to question the arrogance of these higher beings out loud, to challenge their apathy. Bitter phrases hover on your tongue, only to sink back down your throat. Recycle civilization. Unbalanced or incorrect civilization data. I'm sorry, but this is not a reasonable filtering for humanity. If you're still watching, then watch until the very end. You're never going to see what you want to see. Human civilization cannot be replicated nor repeated. All that answers you is the mysterious yet hollow echo bouncing between the mountains. Insects cannot gaze up at the morning sun, yet together they can muster enough strength to shake a mighty tree. That's all. It's as though you're speaking to an enormous mountain ranges, yet also talking to yourself. I got the mind stabilization device. I hope you'll prove useful in what comes next. Uncertain of what lies ahead, after entering Red Tide, you can only place your faith in this device to stabilize your mind, allowing you to endure longer within the Red Tide. Is this really what you have to do? Dawn breaks slowly, and through the thick, snowy mist, whispers seem to drift past your ears. There's no other choice left. With Agent Zero's persistent evolution and a red tide surrounding Aerospace City, supplies within the city dwindle. At this rate, humanity may not even survive to see the clear sky after the snowfall ceases. Agent Zero's authority still seems still unstable. If you can merge with the Red Tide as you once did in the Herder Tower, there lies a chance to uncover Chaos's memories and use them to seize Agent Zero's authority. Perhaps eradicating the punishing virus as you once hoped is beyond reach, but at the very least, this will give humanity on the surface a moment to breathe. It has been long, and here I am, gambling everything again. Sadly, this time you no longer have Lucia by your side. The snow and wind sweep past, tearing away your regrets, yet you hesitate no more. With determination you stride forward toward the red tide turning at the mountain's foot. I will become a cancer within the red tide. As long as my mind persists, you will never complete your mission, never fully recycle what you're after. I will bring back new firewood myself to stoke the flame of human civilization. The snow seems to fall more heavily by excuse me. The snow seems to fall more heavily by the minute. Okay. And another choice. Betsu no Sentaku da. Perhaps this could be another choice for you and this civilization. Here, time becomes a blank void of insignificance. Alongside the dissolution of time's grasp, your mind has also shed its sense of self. Bones dissolved, flesh corroded and torn apart, your body shatters and reconstructs. When the searing agony reaches its peak, it turns into a void within your mind. Your thin silhouette drifts through the muddy red tide like water dissolving into water. Your senses chaotically converge and scatter. At that moment you hear a voice calling out from somewhere nearby. No, not yet. The only response to the hoarse cries from your throat is the endless sound of the tide. Cold wind. Unnoticed, your senses begin to trickle back. A biting wind howls past you, grazing your bare skin, inflicting a dull, persistent ache. Skin? Why can you still perceive this concept? No, why does this concept still exist? Confusion acts like a signal, and quickly sensations both familiar and foreign wash over you all at once. A sharp pain radiates from within your consciousness, burning fiercely through that void in your mind. A soft sigh, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance, floods your senses. Struggle to open your eyes. Take it easy. Someone's hand gently yet firmly covers your eyes. The snow's glare pierces through the gaps between those fingers and into your eyes. Despite the gentleness of the hand, the sharp pain remains unavoidable. Humans, such a fragile life form, even gazing directly at natural light can cause wounds that never fully heal. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Snow blindness will hurt your eyes again. Taking heed of the advice, you ease your movements, waiting for the sting to fade. Your vision slowly returns to your battered body. Who are you? Are you fully awake now? The blur caused by mild snow blindness fades away from your retinas. The features of the pink-haired woman before you slowly sharpen into focus. Smile? Sitting before you is none other than Ishmael, formerly of the Babylonia Control Court. But how did this person manage to bring you out of the red tide? Even after all this time you still remember me. I must say it's an honor, Grey Raven Commandant. Oh, Grey Raven Commandant? Yeah, gotta add the pause there, cause, of course, it alludes to her history. Countless suspicions churn in your mind, causing your muscles to instinctively tense into a guarded stance. You're too tense. She raises her head, her strange pupils glimmering with star-like radiance. Power materializes from nowhere and, almost forcibly, compels your body to relax. This power, you're a higher dimensional. Language is also a form of information. Do not use it carelessly. I know what you're thinking, but regrettably, I am merely the gatekeeper, not the one who establishes the rules. Gatekeeper? When she utters this term, supposedly foreign to you, an unexpected sensation of familiarity washes over you, evoking countless memories. The gateway in the Hero Tower serves as a shortcut to another gate. That lady once told me about another gate behind which exists a civilization without life. It's collecting civilizations that have mastered 0-point energy and testing them. Those whose development is deemed unbalanced or incorrect have their data harvested and brought back through the gate to grow. In terms you would understand, this place is what lies beyond the gate. This is the space that remains after the gateway connected to the Hedor Tower was recycled. This place is both a graveyard and a birthplace of civilizations where birth and annihilation coexist at every moment. As memories flood your mind, you instinctively clutch your forehead and step back. Back in the Hedor Tower. It was me. Ishmael nods slightly, then pulls her hood back over her head. Or perhaps you're more familiar with this appearance of mine. With the hood lowered and cloak opened again, the pink-haired construct has taken a new form, wearing an ambiguous smile. The dull sound of ocean waves floods your mind as a realization dawns upon you. The mysterious pink-haired figure who had killed you multiple times is also Ishmael. That person under the sea was also you. Who exactly are you? Don't you already know my name? I'm Ishmael. Her hood sways gently as if she's quietly laughing. Though occasionally some call me the Merciful One. That most mysterious agent. Information always becomes distorted in the process of transmission. Gives one extra chance to whoever she deems suitable, regardless of whether they are good or evil, friend or foe. That's just a rumor that got out of hand. What I do is simply give people with unfinished business a chance when I happen to be in a good mood. So, you've been watching all along. That assertion is inaccurate. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The punishing virus isn't a trial that I introduced to human civilization. I am merely the gatekeeper, an observer from somewhere far more distant. Ishmael's fingertips wave gently as light and shadows formed from pure energy, gather and disperse. Projection. She ascends upon unfamiliar stars with light at her back, accompanied by fragmented whispers echoing between the crevices of dreams. Favorite Commandant, who are you exactly? Can you see beyond the ordinary world like me? Is all that's left here just a projection like me? Somewhere near the city, corrupted by the mutated red tide, she appeared unnoticed. Perhaps the variable you're hoping for is already taking notice of your wish, right? She caught a glimpse of you sealed beyond time and space. With this thought, she suddenly raises her head. So, the one who was with Nanami. Ishmael smiles, offering no denial. And her smile stirs up more scenes deeply buried within your memories. Huh, so you're the one who's been crying out. Do you want my help? To wake you up when your decisions still matter, so that you can still forge your own path and make your own choices. In that case, Kane, I wish you a journey with no regrets. The echoes of the past reverberate in your ear, as long-forgotten details slowly come into focus, sending a shiver down your spine. Understanding everything brings not enlightenment and joy, but vigilance and unease. What do you want? Ishmael offers a gentle smile as she pushes forward a clay cup brimming with steaming water and vibrant green herbs, peculiar fragrance wafting through the air. Have some tea. There's no need to be so tense. I have helped you before, and if you still remember. I just don't understand your intention. When a novel reveals the foreshadowed truth, it leads either to the climax or the ending. Not necessarily. The current world is still quite a little journey away from either of those 2 points. It's just that the conditions have been met, so there's no more need to keep things from you. However, I still can't delve into all the details at this moment because language is information. Cradling the cup, Ishmael gives a faint smile. You're a quick learner. That's a good thing. Each cryptic statement is a boundary line paid for with blood and tears. She too must abide by some kind of rules, limited to speaking only this much and no further. Somehow this realization brings you a modicum of solace. Following a momentary silence, Ishmael resumes speaking. What were you thinking when you chose this ending of yours? Ending? Leaving the pain aside, you must have been aware before entering the Red Tide that there was no assurance that the fruits of chaos remained effective, and your ability to contend with the newborn Agent Zero for authority was also uncertain. Using your consciousness to obstruct the Red Tide is too naive a notion. Even if successful, the results would hardly be satisfactory. Not to mention that the price of that attempt was your own life. You still made that choice. Ishmael adjusts her posture, slightly scrutinizing you. Was an attempt made with certainty, or were you simply doing what you could do in the face of an inevitable ending, despite knowing it would prove futile? Ending. Instead of directly answering Ishmael's questions, you shift the conversation toward this word that has been mentioned multiple times. Being able to glimpse different perspectives, you must have seen those endings already. In the past, during simulations with Nanami, didn't you already experience some of them? I'm not an omniscient god, merely someone who exists in a different dimension, so my perspective differs from yours. So in your view, what state is human civilization in now? Now, she extends her hand slightly and the heavy tome silently materializes upon her gesture. The pages turn by themselves without any breeze as crimson gold text slowly traces itself across the paper. Human civilization has reached its end. I have seen many, many endings, but in none of them do humans emerge unscathed from the punishing virus test. Although the test has befallen humanity, this time is not particularly fair. Well, the test that has befallen humanity this time is not particularly fair. She furrows her brows, looking somewhat troubled. A test? That's not fair. To put it simply, do you remember the dream of Nemo that you once witnessed? Nemo and Dominic were from the same world. By the way, you can think of this world as another universe or dimension, or whatever concept works for you. In that world, they invented the time travel capsule, and from within it, a substance called heteromer crystal was discovered. Afterward, the mysterious crystal of unknown origin enveloped the entire time travel capsule. The punishing virus. Yes, you can think of it that way. That was the test for their world, which they named Chaos Contamination. But unfortunately, their world did not pass the test. The heteromer crystal completely enveloped the time travel capsule, transforming into a tower that reached the heavens, and then the Vanguard team set off. He narrates these earth-shattering feats with complete nonchalance. I won't elaborate further on the subsequent story. You've already glimpsed it through those dreams. Chaos contamination. Memories buried deep within your mind surface one by one, and you recall your conversation with Vonnegut in that tattered room. Due to their carelessness in leaving a leak, the contaminating knight followed their trail and entered this world. Otherwise, even through though 0-point energy brought the punishing virus, their tower shouldn't have emerged so early. As if having confirmed a doubt, Ishmael closes her book. As for what happened afterward, you already know all that. Nemo, or rather Vonnegut and Dominic, they both tried their own ways to save the civilization they had contaminated. Regrettably, neither of them succeeded. Whether by trying to find a successor to seal it through their own sacrifice, or attempting to coexist with the punishing virus, neither approach could lead to the ending you all had hoped for. She lets out a quiet sigh. The red tide, the punishing virus, will never be satisfied. Its only mission is recycling. Even if Agent Zero's authority remains forever in the hands of a controllable consciousness, that consciousness is bound to be gradually replaced by a newborn one bred from the red tide. Like the current Agent Zero. Right. Ishmael takes a small sip of tea from her cup and looks down at the mountain. The sinister red tide still winds its way just outside the perimeter of Aerospace City. The newborn Agent Zero will gradually seize Chaos's consciousness and authority. When it's fully hatched, Chaos will completely cease to exist. This is a virtually unsolvable situation, so can you answer my very first question now? What were you thinking when you chose this ending? Well, of all the endings you've seen, has there ever been a savior? Hearing your response, Ishmael slightly furrows her brow, her tone becoming somewhat distant. So, you chose this course of action because of everything that happened along your journey. You have caused all the variables so far, so you chose to enter the red tide with such blind faith. And my appearance has solidified this perception of yours. No. As you savor the thoughts on your mind, figures flashing through your memories, you smile involuntarily. I had never considered myself particularly special. It's just that, if you still have the power, why not act on it? This isn't a choice, but a responsibility. If there's no way out of this ending, then I'll fight for more possibilities for others to exist, whether by becoming a cancer within the red tide or using myself as bait to lure out another entity. After all, you did show up, didn't you? Ishmael freezes momentarily, then softly sighs and shakes her head. I made the right bet. Ishmael's expression has already given the answer you want to hear. A risky choice? After pondering for a moment, Ishmael speaks softly. In a sense, you have indeed made the right bet. I can offer you another option besides merging with the red tide. You can choose to enter the Edo Tower. That's not funny. The Edo Tower has long been surrounded by the mutated red tide. No one can get near it. For ordinary people, yes, but as a gatekeeper, I can naturally allow you to re-enter the Edo Tower. The collapse inside the tower is beyond saving, even if I enter it. There's no way to activate the Edo Tower to rewind time. And anyway, you no longer have the key. The exit can't be controlled and the key is gone. In such circumstances, what could you possibly accomplish even if you were to return? No, you're capable of far more than you imagine. Ishmael's gentle voice seeps into your ears. The concepts of passing through the gateway and entering the Header Tower are not the same. Entering the Header Tower only allows you to see the chaotic space-time and uncontrollable fragments. But passing through the gateway means new power. New power. Not long ago, when the Header Tower first appeared, a construct entered it specifically as a construct. He successfully reached the summit and, having overcome all of the trials, eventually arrived at the end. It's Lee. I extended an invitation to him, offering a ticket to cross the gateway, but he refused me without hesitation. Cradling the clay cup, Ishmael shakes her head in bewilderment. He said, "There are still people waiting for me to go back." Yep. Whatever the future holds, I'll find it together with them. Of course, you will never forget that accidental disaster, that brutal battle. After leaving the tower, he forgot everything he had seen and lost all the powers he had gained. I've never quite understood human thinking. Perhaps I've been drifting for too long, forgetting the emotions I once had. Lowering her gaze, Ishmael doesn't appear troubled by this fact. So, what will your choice be? Will you choose to begin the trial of crossing the gateway or return to Aerospace City? What do you gain by giving me these options? How cautious, Graven. She smiles faintly, not all angered by your questioning. If I were to gain anything, I would suppose it would be a new possibility. The gentle steam from the herbal tea drifts before your eyes. Through the swirling mist, Ishmael seems to catch a glimpse of the cities of the past. There are some things I cannot tell you until you truly pass through the gateway, but even I cannot confirm whether other stories truly exist. Could they truly exist? Another possibility. Possibility where everyone could survive. I get it now. Whether this higher dimensional being, who identifies herself as Ishmael, desires to witness a new puppet show unfold, or is attempting to verifying something through you. Having one more possibility can't possibly make things worse. She possesses absolute power. There's no reason for her to waste time deceiving you. Vonnegut said that unless I return with the results, he would never let me back in the tower. But remember, the Header Tower's collapse has become far too severe. Chaos and I will seal off the entire tower, no matter what. Unless you return with the results, I will never let you enter again. Even if he's still inside the tower, he has no authority to prevent a trial from the beginning. Well, from beginning. He has already merged with Chaos, and I haven't tracked their movements since. Just one last question. Please. She gestures kindly for you to continue speaking. After ascending the tower, or rather, after passing this trial, what exactly will I gain? Lee once refused the invitation to pass through the gateway without hesitation, suggesting that this action might not be the optimal choice. Passing through the gateway means new power. To put it another way, it means new power level, similar to the Nanami you once saw aboard that starship. Nanami? Recalling the power that Nanami on that starship had, though it wasn't explicitly stated, she seemed to be able to send different messages to Earth across various timelines. If you could wield that kind of power yourself. Moreover, you have no other choice left except for what you did just now, merging with the Red Tide, gambling on that fraction of a percent of a chance to compete with the Agent Zero for authorization. On the surface now, no one remains who can stand against Agent Zero. If Chaos were still complete, perhaps there would be some capacity for resistance, but now even Chaos's remaining power has been devoured by the new Agent Zero. The current Halo Towers brought this world by cradle of the past. Well, the current Halo Towers brought to this world by cradle of the past. Since Cradle's disappearance, the Halo Towers overlaid information flows from different civilizations, breathing a new Agent Zero. If no one stops it, once it completely masters the Hedor Tower, human civilization will be utterly harvested. If you can successfully pass the trial, perhaps you could truly seize control of the Hedor Tower. After I have control of the Hedor Tower, will I be able to rewind time? To be honest, I'm not sure. Only Agent Zero can fully control the Hedor Tower. According to the previous patterns, only one Agent Zero completely perishes with all authority be transferred. Passing through the gateway is merely an opportunity I can offer you. The reason you can have this opportunity is because your mind has become strong enough. You have earned the right to initiate the trial. Because I'm God of Mind? Whatever you say. In any case, my appearance here is also because you have indeed reached the threshold to initiate the trial. Is it because I can still maintain my consciousness within the red tide? Perhaps. He doesn't offer a direct confirmation. As the gatekeeper, the only back door I can open for you is letting you enter the tower directly without having to find a way past Agent Zero. For everything else, you must forge ahead on your own. Whether you take this opportunity or not. She offers a slight smile and takes another sip from her cup. That's your own choice to make. Okay. High wall. Time stalls in this moment, where sunlight freezes up pine tree tops, the cold wind ceases to blow. Will you raise high walls or venture into the unknown? The herbal tea releases faint, warm mist into the snowy air. The high-dimensional being, who identifies herself as Ishmael, sits quietly across you, appearing in no rush to receive an answer. Gazing at the slowly rising sun in the distance, your thoughts are involuntarily carried to a place higher and farther by the chilling wind. Should you choose to enter the red tide and compete with the newborn Agent Zero for authority, or choose to re-enter the Hedor Tower and attempt to pass through the gateway? The former seems to offer humanity a concrete way to survive stably for a longer period, but if you could truly pass through the gateway and obtain the higher level power Ishmael mentioned, could that mean a chance for everything to return to how it was before? Time stands still in this moment, sunlight frozen on the tips of pine trees, even the cold wind no longer blowing. Ishmael holds her clay up cup, smiling at you. So, have you made your choice? Okay. Well, let's get the ending first, and then do the second ending after. Choose the mud with the red tide. Unlocks ending high wall. Ishmael may indeed harbor no hostility toward humanity, but she still isn't human herself. Someone once saw her standing with Vonnegut, so you cannot fully trust her words either. Moreover, her promises sound overly abstract, and these new choices seem like castles built on thin air. May I ask what kind of trial will I face if I enter the tower? I'm not sure. The trials given by the gateway are not always the same, and I cannot influence its will. In other words, my chances of passing this trial are unknown. I suppose you can call it that. I see. Compared to unknown outcomes, perhaps you should stay more grounded in reality. After all, when you entered the red tide before, beyond the excruciating pain that words could not describe, you did touch Chaos's consciousness that had not yet fully dissipated. No, not yet. The time. Like water dissolving into water, your consciousness seemed to merge seamlessly with Chaos without any reservation. In that moment, or perhaps longer, the countless fragmented memories flashed through your mind, memories that all belonged to Chaos. Vonnegut, Ishmael, and countless days and nights in the Hedor Tower. How does Billy Pilgrim sound? Well, I guess his name suits you better now, doesn't it? So, this is your choice, huh?
Even if we kill her here, she will reappear with a new identity. If not as Cradle, then as another character. Until the right person takes this position. Exactly, but if there's even one approach we haven't tried, I know you'd never agree to let that commandant act as bait, right? I hope those two can discern the true adversary during their stay in Constalia. The memory fragments entangle like threads in your consciousness, but they also confirm. After you merge with the Red Tide, trying to join forces with Chaos to fight against the newborn Agent Zero is a viable path. Looks like you've already made up your mind. It's a no, isn't it? A knowing smile graces her face. I'm sorry. With Earth fraught with danger at every turn, you find it impossible to trust a higher dimensional being under these circumstances. It's alright, I understand why you come to this conclusion. If it were my past self, I probably wouldn't have simply trusted some weird, hooded, tired, adventuring human either. Ishmael puts away the clay cup in her hand and stands up. With her hood obscuring her face again, she transforms back into the Ishmael of the control court once more. Now, what do you plan to do? Would you like me to give you a ride back to Aerospace City? After all, I'm the one who took the liberty of taking you out of the Red Tide. Agent Zero has already had Aerospace City surrounded. In your current condition, I'm afraid it wouldn't be wise to return there. Following Ishmael's words, you examine yourself. It's only now that you realize your protective suit has already been corroded beyond repair by the Red Tide. Will you take me back to the mountain peak on the outskirts of the Aerospace City? Thank you. I am at your service. A dim veil obscures your vision, and when you open your eyes again, you find yourself back to the mountain peak from which you previously leaped into the Red Tide. The pink-haired higher dimensional being has already vanished, leaving only the lingering echo of her voice in the air. If you change your mind in the meantime, you can still call my name. My name is Ishmael. The morning light brings a slight chill. Despite the sky turning a bluish hue with dawn, the heavy snow shows no sign of stopping. After checking your terminal, it seems time has ceased to flow since entering the Red Tide. Aerospace City remains in slumber, with only occasional sentries patrolling the walls, their thick-soled boots crunching against the snow. There's probably no need to keep agonizing over this anymore. All matters concerning Aerospace City have already been sent to Rosa, Emma, and Discord's terminals. Even if you disappear, you believe they're fully capable of managing everything in the city. Rather than facing a trial with an unpredictable outcome, having everything under control feels much safer. This should be the last time, right? You mutter with self-mockery, and then, in the faint light of dawn, you leap down toward the Red Tide below the mountain. The Red Tide engulfs your vision, corroding your flesh and pupils. Within it, you catch a final glimpse of Earth's sky. The snow continues to fall. It is now the 982nd day since Commandant left the tower. It has been 62 days since Commandant left. On the day you left, I received the message you have left behind. After receiving your messages, Discord, Emma, and I rushed outside the city, but we couldn't find any trace of you. No one knows what exactly happened afterward. Outside the city, the mutated Red Tide turned violently, waving waves of hundreds of feet high. If not for the new filters, Aerospace City would. This storm only lasted for a period before the mutated Red Tide unexpectedly ceased its turbulence and even retreated from Aerospace City. Discord led a patrol team in an attempted outward expansion, and mutated Red Tide showed no obvious signs of aggression. With the supplies brought back by them, we barely managed to survive this winter of hardship. Commandant, this is Rosa. I'm sitting here in Aerospace City writing this letter to you. After you left, I tried countless times to explore the Red Tide, to study it deeply. Countless times I called your name at the edge of the Red Tide, but you never showed up. Yet, after you left, the storm subsided, and the newborn Agent Zero also vanished without a trace. The Red Tide is no longer spreading, but it hasn't diminished either. Humans are still being lured by it, falling into its embrace. Did you succeed? Did you take control of the Red Tide like you said you would? I hope so. I won't give up leading them to survive. I won't waste this precious time you fought for humanity with your life. I will cast this letter into the Red Tide, hoping you'll receive it. We all believe that someday you will return. The flame of humanity will never die. Before her writing is complete, the ink has already run low. Firmly engraving the last few words to make them clear, Rosa folds the letter paper into a small boat. Outside Aerospace City, the snow remains unchanged. The mutated reptile lies dormant outside Aerospace City, not actively attacking, yet never showing signs of frailty. Humanity's activity is restricted to a narrow area around Aerospace City, like those who can only glimpse a fragment of the sky from the bottom of a well. Mutated red tide still poses a threat, and no one knows when humanity will be completely submerged by it. It might be today, or perhaps tomorrow. Humanity's ending. High wall. Here, human civilization stagnates. Okay, and there we go. Now let's go back to another scene. Choose to re-enter the Hetero Tower. Ishmael indeed harbors no hostility towards humanity. Perhaps she's merely curious, or simply wishes to see new stories untold. Can she truly be trusted? Whether you trust me or not, it makes no difference to your circumstances. As if seeing your concern through, Ishmael speaks up, gently cradling her clay cup. I cannot guarantee whether you'll successfully pass the trial. The trials given by the Gateway are not always the same, and I cannot influence its will. However, I believe you won't fail. The power you possess far exceeds what you think you should have. A sly smile briefly flickers across Ishmael's face before she returns to a calm and gentle demeanor. No need to rush, you have plenty of time to think it over. She cradles a clay cup in her hand, leisurely shifting her gaze away. Chaotic thoughts flood your mind as morning lights hang suspended, draping like gossamer over the Aerospace City below. If you could manage the Hetero Tower and even pass the trial, bridge across dreams. Huh? Do you mean that tunnel extending from the Hetero Tower? If I pass the trial, will I be able to control that bridge? Perhaps. As always, she offers an ambiguous answer. If you can pass through the gateway and master the higher level power, even if you can't rewind time to the correct future, you can at least follow in Nanami's footsteps and attempt to send messages to the past. That way, there might still be a chance to make a change. Either way, the worst outcome is simply death. Looks like you have made your choice. Ishmael puts away the clay cup in her hands and stands up. The gentle wave of her hand, an ancient and peculiar door silently materializes beside her. Is this the gate? To be precise, it's just a convenient passage to the Hetero Tower that I can access with my authority. Are you ready, or do you need to return to Aerospace City to leave any final instructions? No need, thank you. Before entering the Red Tide, you had already prepared by documenting all possible subsequent events in detail and sending them to Rosa, Emma, and Discord. The worst outcome remains death, albeit with a distinct destination. You have no final words that require changing. Now, the door slowly opens, blinding light spilling forth from within. As if to assure you there's no danger, Ishmael takes the lead to walk inside. The frozen time begins to flow once more, as the sky blushes with the azure hue of dawn. Wind whispers through the pine forest, creating a gentle rustling melody. The snow continues to fall. Countless thoughts flow against the long river of time, as innumerable scenes from the past surface before your eyes. Earth, Greyhaven, countless battles fought, and every moment deeply etched in your memory. The azure sky hides behind clouds of drifting snowflakes, no longer letting out even a single sigh. Perhaps this is your final glimpse of Earth. When this battle is over, You feel the urge to say something, your lips part, yet you do not know to whom you should speak. The boundless daylight envelops the cliff face, and with it yourself that belongs to the past. Farewell. The wind and snow silently carry away your final whisper. You turn around and embark on this solitary journey that is yours alone. The ebony door closes once more without a sound, leaving not even the slightest ripple behind. Sparks. Then, good luck, Grey Ravens. The blinding light shears painful trails across your retinas as a spiral tower replays its horrifying moments in endless slow motion. The moment you step into her tower, countless bizarre information floods in like a bursting dam, overwhelming your mind's protective barriers. Intense pain strikes your brain as if high voltage electricity is coursing from head to toe. Towering crimson crystals stand within the header tower, its interior contorting and warping to cast one distorted shadow after another. Within your consciousness, colossal waves surge, brewing storms in the depths. Your nerves tremble incessantly, orchestrating a symphony of sorrowful wails. Ugh. Blood trickles between your clenched teeth as the punishing virus concentration spikes uncontrollably. Just as your legs start to give way, faintly you feel a pair of familiar gentle hands supporting your back. Commandant? Lucia? Then the projection vanishes as suddenly as it and silently as it appeared. What's happening? Ishmael? Has it appeared already? Ishmael shows up silently at one side. Is that Lucia? Where is she? Yes and no. To be precise, that was projection she left in your mind beacon. As you speak, jagged crystals grow chaotically, resembling strange amber spreading across the sky, completely encasing your tiny figure within. Has it already begun? Then, safe travels, Grey Raven. Kane.
周囲の状況はどうなっていますか?
Of course, far.
まったくどしがたいですね。
Leave.
指揮官を離せ。ルシア、ひどい怪我です。それに指揮官も。では、また後でお会いしましょう。指揮官。
And then the projections disappear.
指揮官、リーフは少しでもお役に立てたでしょうか?
Of course.
問題ありませんよ、指揮官。僕がいます。
The tower keeps changing. Keep moving.
一緒に戦いましょう、指揮官。
Soon. How long now? Okay.
指揮官、心配はいりません。
Gonna move on.
出発しましょう、指揮官。私たちにはまだやるべきことがたくさんありますから。
Target. Okay, stairs at the edge. Us, our gaze is always locked here. Earth Imperia and Hyperreal.
ここを訪れた人類文明の客人は2人目です。見せてください。最後までたどり着けるのかを。
Well,
僕の視界からは逃れられませんよ。
集え暁の光、カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。
あなたたちの時間は僕が制する。
総員出撃。
あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。僕の視界、もう逃げ場はありませんよ。
集え暁の光、カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮、私に任せてください。彼方まで越え行け。
あなたたちの時間は僕が制す。
総員出撃。
もう逃げ場はありませんよ。あなたの
総員出撃。
時の果てで滅びよ。
それ集え暁の光、カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け。
ターゲットロックオン、最大火力。
先に下がってください。
man guard me from the air, lol.
越え行け。苦難はここで燃やし尽くします。希望が怪人から生まれ変わります。
僕のあなたたちの時間は僕が制する。大したことじゃありません。集中しましょう。あなたの生存確率はゼロです。時の果てで滅びよ。
集え暁の光、カラスバのように輝け、黎明のように貫け、紅蓮のように咲き乱れろ。彼方まで越え行け。当たれ。
There we go. Good. Very Raven. The space crumbles in an instant as twisted time and space blend into disordered rhythms, alternating through chaotic tracks to create a symphony without a structure.
Nebulae spin into disrupted shapes as your dimensional perception gradually blurs. You can no longer discern how long the battle here has lasted. Is it 1 second or 10,000 years? You stand alone, facing the vast cosmic domain, yet showing no trace of fear. Commandant. 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 Pain. You have never been alone. Falling again and again, yet rising each time. All minds once connected with your mind beacon converge into a faint light. The frail spark has already set the world ablaze. Countless pasts and futures overlap as bonds and causality envelop you. Innumerable failures pile corpses into towering monuments, only to crumble into sand under time's destructive force. Battles from the past come sweeping back with earth-shattering force, horrific wounds accumulating one after another in both flesh and spirit. Commandant, the rusty gear start to turn slowly. Commandant, the dark star, fell from the sky, casting a shadow across the earth. Commandant, the crimson hue, reaped the moving paradise. Commandant, the nocturnal voyage stretched on endlessly, guiding Kaldung back to the Grand City. Commandant, blood became eroded, down submerged beneath the red tide. Commandant, the Knights of Calamity, arrived in a fabricated tomorrow. Commandant, hope was seen emerge from the depths of the sea. Commandant, amidst the nightmarish battle, new life arrived. Commandant, the girl declared war on the eternal night. Commandant, the shadow of the past, returned the dead of night. Fight in this battle, endless and infinite. In the eternal stillness of the long night, you raise your gun against a higher dimensional being amid the sea of stars. Stream ratio, like the audio. Sorry, I haven't noticed it for a moment. Let me do this then. Apologies if that was a bit too loud. But hey, how you doing? Commandant, the crimson light pierced through the sky's dome. Commandant, the corrupted forest whispered of an unknown life form. Commandant, the ocean lifted a morning star. Commandant, the memorial fire kindled a deep sorrow. Commandant, daylight lingered in the world's forgotten depths. Commandant, moonlight was imprisoned within the red nightmare. Commandant, tears soaked through the crimson abyss. Commandant, live against death. Even so, do you still wish to continue? I will never surrender the chance to fight. And I will never abandon humanity's future. And I will never leave Lucia behind. I can never overcome anything with you and Grey Raven by my side, just like always. Faith and courage flow ceaselessly from your mind, Regan. Humanity will never fall here. In the timeless quiet, you rise anew. Infinite hues ablaze in the depths of your gaze. On the distant horizon, stars emerge and perish with a dazzling explosion. Stardust fragments raining down in glittering splendor. At the boundary between life and death, he stared directly at the being whose form defies description. I saw it. The voice of the universe echoes hollow and pale. I saw your will. This is not my will alone. This is the will of civilization. Lee takes aim at the unknown being, his finger pressing the trigger with a resolute click. Lucia shadows close behind, swinging up in a single leap as her blade slices toward the silhouette. Liv's fingers clench around her scepter as the mane of power unfurls. Bang! It all ends with a gunshot from your hands. The higher dimensional being wipes away her wound and sheds her disguise. A lingering sigh resonates through the void as this prolonged battle at last concludes beneath the united onslaught of 4 people. The observer slowly ceases her movements as the projection begins to dissipate. Endless exhaustion floods your brain. Your consciousness is plunged into searing seawater in an instant, so scalding that not even a whisper can escape your vocal cords. Your eyes slowly close within the suffocating darkness as large patches of vibrant colors flash across your retinas. Rage, helplessness, joy, fear, agony, countless emotions erupt simultaneously in your mind as infinite specks of light gradually reconstruct everything here, until all returns to stillness. The moment they reach the unopened door in their bodies of flesh and blood, you did it, human. Okay. You were never alone. Okay. Spiral Tower. Whether to become an observer or to stay forever in the Hero Tower, take a moment to rest, at least for now. A crimson mist gradually disperses, the grotesque crystals fade away, and you slowly open your eyes. The overlapping wounds from the infinite battle etched into your body have been tenderly smoothed away. Fine. The eternal darkness of night dissipates, and the Outer Tower reverts to its peculiar form or state, shrouded in dense white fog. But something has certainly changed. An unfamiliar language and excessive information flood your mind incessantly. In that instant, time and space appear to solidify into a tome, granting you the freedom to explore its pages. Try to turn your wrist. A teeth-gritting creak echoes through the air as the Hero Tower slowly transforms. Crystals recede, stairs rearrange. Within mere moments, the entire surroundings assume a wholly new guise. A crack slowly forms at the edge of space, and a pink-haired woman appears in silence. So, this is the higher dimensional power. Once again, you attempt to feel the interior of the Hero Tower. Compelling desire urges you, demanding you to use the Hero Tower to reverse the future submerged by the punishing virus. However, devoid of its core, the Hero Tower trembles, unable to respond to your commands. The core of the Hero Tower has already been taken outside by you. Even if you could understand the underlying logic of the Hero Tower, you cannot reverse its rules. I'll leave the Hero Tower now and bring back its core. Are you certain that you can land at the precise point in time? Vonnegut lacked the authority to mend the fissures and collapses within the Hero Tower. Under his and Cradle's reckless actions, the towers crumbled long before. Now all the pathways have fallen into chaos, making it impossible to precisely locate a time for landing. Then why can you? Because I don't belong to your world, nor to civilization where the Hero Tower exists. Can you take me back? I'm sorry. Then can I return to the previous layer? Agent Zero still exists at the time when you entered the tower, And the core isn't inside the Hero Tower, so... Are you fooling me? As your thoughts flow, you have begun reading this battered book. Fractures surround the Hero Tower, with time in complete disarray. As a result, the Hero Tower grows infinitely upward, its peak now beyond reach. If this continues, the Hero Tower will eventually collapse completely. When that happens, all the fragments within, including human civilization and the remnants of other civilizations drawn into it, will vanish beyond the gateway. Even if you could somehow forcibly reclaim Agent Zero's authority, what then? Could the Hero Tower, having lost most of its power, truly still rewind time back to the correct future? I'm not fooling you. You truly have gained power from a higher dimension. But the Hero Tower is unusable, meaning everything I've done is utterly pointless. Inside the Hero Tower, you can't even ensure that human civilization in that final timeline will survive. Strange skylight seeps through a fissure in the wall as a mutated red tide silently spreads, attempting to breach the Hero Tower and corrupt time in the outside world. Seal the fissure? The remaining light abruptly extinguishes. The red tide crashes against the wall, finding their way through and sluggishly retreats back into the crystal. Silence envelops the Hero Tower, unable to return to the correct timeline with no way to use the Hero Tower's power. Does it mean that for the remaining time to come you can simply stay trapped here in the tower, patching the Hero Tower's fissures while waiting for its inevitable demise? You tricked me. In this emotional turmoil, your newfound power responds instinctively to your thoughts, commanding sharp crystals to strike the pink-haired woman aside. Ishmael vanishes from her spot, and when she appears, she has moved to a higher area, her brow slightly furrowed. Calm down. This isn't like you. You offer no response. Eyes closed, you silently draw back the power, attempting to suppress the churning emotions. However, the bridge across streams has already been demolished. There's no going back. Wasn't everything meant to be progressing toward a brighter outcome? Weren't you supposed to find a way to rewind time after passing through the gateway? You have already gained higher power, already learned to manipulate time at a higher level. But why? Why is it still impossible to return to the correct path? The Hero Tower hears your suffering, and the red tide below surges violently, stirring up a frenzied maelstrom. Calm down. The fissures in the tower are growing. The key staff gently taps the void. Ishmael seems about to take action, only to suddenly stop in her tracks. The crystal clusters disintegrate on their own as the raging waters subside. Compose yourself already. Despite being the one just threatened moments ago, Ishmael displays no anger. Instead, she smiles as she descends to face you again. You're quite fast in adapting to your newfound power, Grey Raven. Tell me, what must I do to ensure human civilization survives? While exhausting every ounce of will and enduring countless sufferings and battles, all you seek is simply for the spark of human civilization to burn eternally among the sea of stars. First of all, I never fooled you. The woman, always wearing a mysterious smile, shows a serious expression rarely seen. Passing through the gateway and obtaining higher power are indispensable to critical steps. All are indispensable critical steps, both for current self and for current human civilization. The Hero Tower can no longer be used. What matters isn't the Hero Tower, but you. If you had chosen to merge with the Red Tide at that time, perhaps you could indeed have fused with Chaos there, allowing you to contest authority with Agent Zero. However, the Hero creature has no way to reverse the Red Tide, nor can it ever obtain the power of a higher level than the Punishing Virus. The mutated Red Tide would still harm humanity. Even if you could replace Agent Zero, that would only be the end for you and for human civilization. A trace of compassionate sorrow shows on her face. So, you never had any other choice from the very beginning? Within your tumultuous mind, you obsessively think over each sentence, every word Ishmael has uttered, just desperately searching for contradictions to unveil any deception she might be weaving. Sadly, your all too lucid mind confirms that not a single word she spoke was a lie. But is this truly the end? Such power, such long life, will you linger within the Header Tower with only the shadows in your mind begin as companions, enduring an eternal solitary journey until both the past and the future fade into the void? I can still do something. Facing the hollow Header Tower, you let out a hoarse, sorrowful cry. You could also join me in becoming a higher dimensional observer. By crossing the gateway, you have already earned the qualification to become an observer. That's not what I want. Really. Once you become an observer, I'll help you recycle the Header Tower and truly obtain the authority of Agent Zero. We will become companions. That's not what I want. I will tell you how to use the punishing virus to preserve human civilization in another form. Preserve human civilization? How is that any different from what Agent Zero does? Of course. Because of your existence, the punishing virus will not truly harvest the civilization and bring it back behind the gate. You should have seen what lies beyond the gate before. Only consciousness allowed by the cosmos may enter. No life can exist here, not even mechanical consciousnesses. A lonely starship drifts through lifeless space, witnessing countless worlds fall apart and the endless universes being born. Like Amber, your civilization will be truly preserved, and perhaps someday in the future, when you truly harness a power even greater than the current level, the preserved civilization will be able to revive. Like embers buried in ashes, someday they will embrace this world once again. Punishing virus. Punishing virus information. Preserve all civilization information with punishing virus as a medium, waiting for a future restart. What are the chances of success? You expect another ambiguous answer, but this time Ishmael gave an affirming smile. 100%. How can you be so certain? That's a story for the future. Are there any other paths I can take? This is all there is. What is the purpose of everything you have done? With the world preserved, the last of humanity will become exiled to the distant depths of space, hopelessly waiting for a future restart. Let me think about this. You warily search for a place to rest temporarily in the Header Tower, whether to become an observer or to stay forever in the Header Tower, at least for now. All you want is a moment of rest. Maybe upon opening eyes, you will awaken to find yourself still in the Grey Raven Lounge, realizing that all of this is merely a whimsical dream. Familiar voices would echo from beyond the door. All you need to do is push it open, and Lucia will gaze at you with worry. Liv may offer a cup of steaming tea, and Lee will be seated close by, tending to your sidearm. If you're willing to take a risk. A pink-haired woman's voice emerges somewhat hesitantly from behind. What? If you're willing to take a risk, perhaps there's still another path. You could try to change the past. The Header Tower has already collapsed, but the singularity still exists. Singularity. A singularity that belongs only to you. The muffled sound of waves rise in your mind, and the bottom of the sea, long buried in the clutter of memories, surfaces once more. You can't be talking about the bottom of the sea. Indeed. After a moment's contemplation, she extends her hand again, and the weighty tome materializes again. This time the book appears slightly thinner than before. Is the past disappearing? Yeah. She is likely working hard. Glossing over the topic vaguely, Ishmael opens the book. This time, she candidly spreads the book open before you, inviting you to browse through the chronicles of the human civilization together. This page was originally blank. He points to one of the blank paragraphs. But after I saw you and Lucia leave the Hedera Tower, indistinct text appeared here. I once attempted to decipher the content clearly, but sadly I am merely an insect in the dark forest, unable to delve into the distant future. She frankly acknowledges her own insignificance. After he left the Hedera Tower and met Nanami, the text here became clearer. I saw the bottom of the sea, and I saw you. A human has wandered into an unknown world. You shouldn't be here yet. It's not time, Grey Raven. I found out that you, from that time, were also there. You learned a lot of information from there, didn't you? You offer only a non-committal silence, eagerly looking at what comes next. And after that, comes the moment you pass through the gateway. Crimson gold text coils into a tract of destiny, with the final option urgently squeezing itself from the page. Commandant, return to the bottom of the sea. You read aloud the cryptid, blurred text from the book, but word by word. The moment this sentence leaves your lips, something in the void, akin to a massive barrier, shatters in silence. This was the catalyst that led me back to Earth when everything seemed over. It's also a miracle that belongs only to your... It's also a miracle that belongs only to your kind. It's Lucia. It's Nanami. It's the persistence of everyone with a shared heart and mind. They have brewed fear, yet forged hope. Their voices have merged, kindling the embers of civilization, sparking fiery flames within the galaxy of historical archives, reaching illusions of time and space, and seizing the signpost that points the way to the future. But this is no different from what Vonnegut asked me to do. Of course it's different. What he wanted was for you to become his qualified key. If your past self had returned to the cradle of Deep Blue, Cathilla would have hatched nothing but a key entirely according to Vonnegut's wishes. Chaos would have completely become his puppet. She would have contained a reptile within the ocean as Vonnegut desired, yet Agent Zero's would still eventually consume Chaos's consciousness. This isn't fundamentally different from what you could accomplish by jumping into the Red Tide at that time. But now, she flips to your toe. If her current self will return to that undersea cradle, Cathella could hatch Chaos in her complete form. Complete Chaos would possess absolute power, capable of defeating Cradle. If you could fully control the Hedera Tower before it becomes damaged, perhaps you could truly fulfill... excuse me. Perhaps you could truly fulfill the wish you've been hoping for. Pull the timeline back to the day before the Hedera Tower's arrival. And so, an option is laid before us. Gravekeeper. Human civilization has been branded with a punishing virus. Whether you choose me or return to the sea, nothing could be worse than it is now. Pull the timeline back to the day before the Hedera Tower's arrival. All else fades into insignificance as this single fragment of knowledge is etched indelibly into your consciousness. Is that true? As if a person in prolonged drought spotting an oasis, conflicting emotions of exhilaration and apprehension violently tear at your thoughts. You are thrilled by the new possibility, yet deep in fear simultaneously. Is any of this truly achievable? I have no reason to follow you. But what will happen after the timeline is pulled back? What do you mean? Those born during these past 30 years. What will become of them? Those destined to meet will naturally find each other, and those destined to be born will naturally come into existence. However, they won't be born into a time of pure darkness. Without light, without hope, filled with suffering and the sorrow of separation. If you succeed, they will be born under the warmth of sun. If you succeed, they will be born under the warmth of sunlight. Perhaps becoming a valiant soldier on Babylonia, or perhaps working in the conservation area. They deserve a better tomorrow. What is destined will not change, but all of that solely relies on your success. Even at a time like this, you're still concerned about people who have nothing to do with you. This is indeed a new story I wish to witness. Still, are you truly willing to take such a risk? The impulsive surge of determination gradually cools as an inexplicable chill creeps back into your bones, forming crystals of doubt in its wake. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and certainly no benefits without cost. If I choose this path, what price will I have to pay? Is it I who must pay the price, or must humanity bear an even greater cost? To be precise, the risks are manifold, and the price won't be yours alone to pay. I have never witnessed such a possibility before, so I cannot predict what consequences this action might bring. As a friend, I would not advise you to take such a gamble. It is an extremely risky option. The smile on Ishmael's face fades as she regards you with a grave expression. One small misstep and you'll become the commandant who truly died at the bottom of the sea. The commandant who died at the bottom of the sea. 931-206. Does that ring a bell? Waves crashed against the shore as a calamity of torrential rain shattered the water's surface into spray. The lone mermaid clutched her egg to her chest, gazing anxiously at the human on the water surface. He told me about this, well, another you, that is. One of the clones of the Grey Commandant died in the accident. Never have you imagined a day when the one who died would have become your true self. It is true death. She gazes compassionately toward an unknown direction. If chaos fails to be hatched successfully, you will truly die in this incident. If the singularity cannot be changed, the world will fall together into this endless time loop. If too many unknowns fill this uncharted path, it can't even be called a path, but rather a wilderness overgrown with thorns. And who can guarantee that the thorns watered with blood will truly bloom into roses? As a friend, I advised against choosing this path. Unknown whirlpools lurk with this option, and a single misstep could lead you, and perhaps even the entire civilization, into an eternal cycle of time. I understand. Ice splinters surge wildly through the crevices of your bones, growing in tumultuous formations. Give hope only to shatter it again. Nothing could be more cruel than this. A bright red apple hangs high on a precariously fragile branch, while a starving person sits right beneath, but is forever unable to grasp its succulent promise. I still hope you can join me. Ishmael extends her hand toward you. Join me and become a higher dimensional observer. But your civilization, right? That old tower rotates silently, its endless staircase is spiraling toward the heavens. A door engraved with a familiar symbol quietly opens wide before you. Bizarre otherworldly curves form strange colored buildings, while colossal sculptures stand at the city's heart. The skyline extends infinitely, merging with planets and stars arranged in peculiar constellations, with a dark sun suspended at the center of the sky. Here. This is my civilization, Amber. The city's time seems frozen at a specific moment. Yes, Amber, I sealed them within the space with my own hands. One day they will embrace this world again. At least they won't be easily eliminated by higher dimensional beings like other harvested civilizations. The vision lasts only a moment before dispersing like grains of sand. Ishmael looks at you, seemingly waiting for you to make the final decision. Observer, or greater risk. Should you let human civilization congeal in a place to await salvation in the distant future, or should you choose a desperate struggle for a new possibility? Can you truly make such a choice in humanity's stead? The Header Tower looms hollow and vacant, with white fog meandering like phantoms through seemingly infinite corridors. If you end up choosing the greater risk and return to the bottom of the sea, a single misstep could plunge all of human civilization into a vortex of time. What should I do? Your fingertips tremble uncontrollably as a cold sense of isolation crawls up your spine. There's no need to be so anxious. Tentatively, Ishmael offers a comforting pat on your shoulder. This may not be much comfort, but if you choose nothing and just sit here, it won't change anything. You've already seen it, the ending of it all. Within the expansive corridor, her voice carries a certain enchantment, soothing your frayed nerves in a gentle yet peculiar manner. Human civilization has been branded with the punishing virus. Whether you choose me or return to the sea, nothing could be worse than it is now. Or rather, having this sort of hope now, having these choices at all, is already the fruit of your efforts. Thank you. As your taut nerves momentarily unwind, your brain begins rapidly processing thoughts. The punishing virus has already marked human civilization, meaning that no matter what action you take, is already the optimal solution in this ending of inevitable doom. Then, before I make a choice, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Please go ahead. Ishmael seems consistently tolerant and gentle toward your bold requests. No matter which path I choose, could you take all the research data from Aerospace City from before I entered the tower, and give it all to that Nanami in deep space? You want me to give it all of Aerospace City's research data to that administrator behind the gate? That's right. Nanami, she will certainly understand your intention. Even if you end up trapped in a time loop when she sees your last will and the analytical data on the Header Tower's core, Nanami will surely know what you want to do. Another old contingency plan from Grey Raven, I suppose. She gives a knowing smile. It's just a precaution. Can you make those happen? Of course, this isn't a particularly difficult thing to do. Ishmael readily agrees to your requests. And then, have you made your decision? Yes. Ishmael looks at you with anticipation. Whichever ending you choose, I will spare no effort to help you. This is my promise. Go ahead. What's your decision? I choose to return to the sea. Are you sure you want to choose this path? I must remind you, once more, I have never witnessed such a future before. Precisely because you've never seen it before, that it holds greater promise. All known roads lead to failure, so why can't the untrodden wilderness become a new path? The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. Besides, there couldn't possibly be a worse outcome than this. Even if you were to become an observer, as Ishmael suggested, what's the difference between preservation and an eternal loop? Amber will not continue to flow, and the insect trapped within it are no different from the truly dead. A fragment of survival and a shard of hope, they're perfectly equal. Should you bear the burden of civilization alone, seeking an unpredictable future, or should you throw yourself into the fray for one desperate final strike? If human civilization is destined to be harvested, and the ending has already been written, then why not choose to destroy it all and seek the final answer? The direst outcome would simply be you, along with all of human civilization, being dragged into the abyss. I don't want to shoulder the burden of an entire civilization alone, searching for an answer I cannot see. But that way, at least they would all still be alive. I also have no right to choose for them to force their survival in such a state. So, I choose to return to the bottom of the sea. Even if you might truly die there. Even if I might truly die there. As long as there's even a sliver of hope to grasp. Even if the entire world might fall into an eternal loop. Even if the entire world might fall into an eternal loop. If death is already predestined, then any struggle you can still attempt now might pave the path toward a new answer. You really are something else, Greyhaven. Her voice carries a gentle nostalgia, as if reminiscing about someone from the past. Before you can raise any questions, Ishmael has already reopened the weighty tome. On the aged paper, the option formed by crimson gold line floats crookedly, emitting a shimmering glow. I have never witnessed such a story, one that exists beyond predetermined endings, breaking free from constraints, giving rise to a new choice. Perhaps this itself is a form of miracle. It is a miracle, yet it is not. It is the sliver of hope unleashed by Lucia when she slashed through the confinement of the Hero Tower. It is the endeavor of Nanami, who has journeyed through the vast expanse of stars only to capture the sole truth hidden in the depths of space. It is a fiery flame kindled by the will of countless people that has ultimately sparked the threads woven by fate, shattering predetermined constraint and illuminating the darkest corners. It is a miracle, yet it is not. United in purpose, they have seared out a new possibility for humanity's future in the annals of time. I see. How perilous it is that human civilization has managed to advance this far. Then let us see how this new story unfolds. The pages flutter wildly as crimson gold lines twist themselves into strange characters. I can hope you return to the bottom of the sea. You'll go back to the cradle there, enter Cthulhu's egg, and be hatched as a true chaos. And what about me? Your sight will become one with chaos. You are the true chaos. Complete chaos wields absolute power. After defeating Cradle, you may fully harness the power that our tower before it sustains damage. But I must remind you once again, I have never witnessed this future. Which is precisely why it holds greater promise. All the futures observed by Ishmael must have already been watched by them, those beings Ishmael has mentioned. Under such circumstances, a desperate gamble may well be the right path. But how can I assure chaos won't fall under Vonnegut's control? Because you will become the true chaos. He turns her gaze toward you, a peculiar smile playing across her lips. You've glimpsed those visions before, haven't you? I'm not certain where your power originates from, but you are you. When you become the true chaos, you will reign over everything within chaos. I am chaos. Your sight will transcend chaos. Your sight will exist beyond Justice Realm, preventing Vonnegut from manipulating your thoughts. Demeaning to sense your lingering doubts, Ishmael pauses in thought before continuing. Besides, everything has already changed. I've read that ending where you accepted Vonnegut's suggestion and merged with chaos inside the tower. What happened in that ending? In that ending, crimson projection flows slowly before you. Everything beyond Earth falls under Vonnegut's control. He drives the red tide into the sea according to his design, forming what he deems a nation. But things don't unfold as simply as Vonnegut has imagined. He fails to leave Earth through the gateway. The red tide overflowing from the Hello Tower grows increasingly powerful as the hunger of the punishing virus knows no bounds. Eventually, chaos becomes a vessel driven by the will of the red tide. Humans striving to reclaim their home are woven into grotesque forms by the red tide, while Vonnegut and the humans of other nations remain trapped on the surface, locked in an eternal conflict. A few responsibilities discuss the outline of another hellish fate. Vonnegut fails to resist Agent Zero as he has planned, never reaching the future he has longed for. This is the ending that has already been written. She answers softly. Every point of divergence hinges upon you, Greyhaven. The ending that entails the Red Tide's influx will never come after you become chaos. Because you have already left the Hedora Tower. This alone represents a future that neither Gestalt nor Hwashu, well, Gestalt, Hwashu, nor even I have ever foreseen, despite our exhaustive calculations. That's good to hear. Send me back to the sea. Is there anything else we need to do to prepare? Hearing the urgency in your voice, Ishmael falls silent for a moment before speaking again. I cannot foresee whether this operation will succeed, and even if I find myself no longer able to predict what will happen next, limited by my own immersion in this situation. A key shaft arcs through the air, and a door shimmering through it with otherworldly colors slowly emerges. If on this journey you fail to stop it all, it will only take the slightest misstep to bring about true death. All this will inevitably become a closed loop, trapping you forever in the ending of the cradle of the deep blue. There will be no escape. You will die again and again in the cradle. I understand. How many times has it been now? I thought we struggled on this search or hope, only to be cast into the abyss just as hope begins to sprout. The sacrificed lives accumulate like grains of sand in an hourglass, numerous arms reaching out to lift you from the abyss of fate. I will return to the bottom of the sea, toward that unpredictable future. If this is to be your end, then you shall pay with your life to kindle a faint light for human civilization, gambling on that sliver of distant hope. For Grey Raven, and for humanity, I shall shatter the pallid veil of time and burn through the rotting path of fate. I shall traverse the myriad sufferings in the darkest of nights. I shall fight with all my might to steal a flame. I shall bring forth the true dawn for humanity. Okay, at the cost of life. We will seek our path, even at the cost of everything. Okay. And time winds. The vision, drawing indefinitely close to death, grips your senses and nerves. A mournful buzzing echoes through the dark depths of the sea. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Fate has decided to crack a cool joke. The Grey Raven Commandant has vanished. The transport craft back to Babylonia got ambushed. All emergency items got wrecked, and even the parachutes turned out to have massive holes, only spotted once they were open. And thus, with a mere splash, this humanity's hero, lauded by all, plummeted into a corrupted river. What time is it now? It's the afternoon of May 10th, 1 month after you shall form the transport craft into the red side. Nugget. The shuttle of fate weaves, intertwining blurred fragments of time with a rusty iron needle, stitching them together one by one. You finally wake up from a prolonged coma. Blurry memories extend in sequence. Right to become a new breed of human rising above that script. It's a shame. If only you could become the construct, things would be smoother sailing. That's okay, we've got a plan B. This potion is one of our research results. Needs a jab every day, one last shot, and you'll score adaptability. Once you've got this adaptability, you'll be more in tune with Cathilla, more wholly embraced by her. What a surprise finding Grey Raven Command in here in this shuttle. I think maybe we should try to escape first. Welcome back. You have 27 offline messages. Would you like to play them? Our top priority now is find where the theft stores the mines. Only by killing him can we escape. Voodoo 001. The experiment was a success. She became Loki's new vessel, the host of all her uncontrollable emotions. This method can definitely be used to wake Cathilla, for consciousness also suffers from similar flaws. And your weary mind struggles to recollect more memories. The hell with philosophical questions. Who cares if it's the real me or not? I'm the one out of the two who's conscious now, the one who can make decisions. What does that tell you? It tells me that I'm the real one at this current moment, and nothing else matters. Granted, get behind me. Might as well take a step forward if I'm going to regretting it anyway. Lamia saved us. After the final shot, we'll only have 48 hours left. Even if you make it back to Babylonia, they may not have the tech to save you. She'd probably end up becoming an even more powerful magical girl, even if she managed to hatch from the egg. And after that, T-minus 13 hours. Cold droplets fall onto your face, jolting you awake from the depths of your dream. As Ishmael promised, your consciousness has landed in the cradle of deep blue. Such an ingenious deception that even the higher dimensional beings amongst the stars of the deep cannot distinguish truth from falsehood. Having endured countless torments, with skin already festering, this body is on the brink of total corruption by the punishing virus, soon to succumb to Cathella's embrace, just as Lithos foretold. Lamia, having recovered Shortalt's name tag, crouches down beside you, her face etched with sorrow. I've placed some protective barriers beneath you. This place is back to being the hetero creature it wasn't dangerous to humans. There were more things holding Cathella in place than I thought, so it took me quite some time to break them. But it all worked. We're leaving the seabed now and we'll soon reach the sea surface. Hang in there, we're almost there. She looks at you with a woeful gaze. Aww. Lamia. Don't cry, not again. She looks at you with a woeful gaze, hesitating, unsure whether to hold your hands. Yes, I know. Agonizing pain rips through your mind as if something has exploded within, while the sound of rushing water engulfs the entire world, a deluge cascading down. Is it because you are too tired? Specks of light, mingled with fragmented memories, flicker before your eyes. I'm hanging in here, for people who are waiting for me. Just how long has it been already? Red time pulses repeatedly across your retinas. Something seems about to awaken within your brain. It's been about over 10 hours. No, I mean, how long have they been waiting for me? Faced with this question, Lamia blinks her eyes in bewilderment. What's the date now? My terminal still worked when we first fell in here. I guess it's probably March 30th or 31st, taking into account how long we've been spending here. Huh? I mean, it could be either March 30th or 31st now. Are you sure? Her consciousness sinks into a solitary island as thunder crashes into the abyss deeper than 5,000 meters. April Fool's Day. What should we get you this year, Commandant? April 1st, April Fools. What time is it now? It's the afternoon of May 10th, 1 month after you fell in from the transport craft into the red tide. Torrential rain cascades over your mind as if a floodgate within your consciousness has been opened, unleashing a deluge of peculiar memories to surge into your brain. No, rather than memories surging into your mind, it's more like you have remembered all of the past. The Dark Star, the Hero Tower, the Red Tide, Golden Age. Cold sweat soaks through your nearly completely rotten skin. This salty moisture stinging the flesh already festering from the corruption of the punishing. I went missing on April 1st. Then, let it be here. Just a small trick is all it takes. She guides Graham's Commandant's gaze toward this moment, sealing away your memories until the right time. So, this is what that was all about. Can you see beyond the ordinary world like me? This is all that's left here, just a projection, like me. It all makes sense now. The gaze from the dream looks down upon from a higher plane, as experiences, your own or perhaps not, pass before your eyes. Some peaceful, some agonizing, some joyous, and some sorrowful. Who else am I, if I am not myself? It's always just me. There's never been any other. What did you say? The constraints of rules imposed upon you, only allowing fragmented words to escape your lips. They aren't coming. But I, Grey Raven Commandant, will eventually return to the sea. No one is coming to stop Cthulhu. But I, Grey Raven Commandant, will use my body as a shield to thwart their schemes. Lamia cannot hear your inner cry. But this makes no sense at all. You're supposed to be indispensable to Babylonia. She extends her hand sorrowfully toward you. I can't believe they abandoned you just like that. No, I haven't been abandoned. Blood trickles from the corner of your lips, mixing with your festering skin. Words of truth are uttered aloud, yet Lamia appears unable to perceive the voice. From the corner blocked by the rules, your sight continues to extend, just like in all your past dreams, reaching higher and farther places. A massive whale bellows in sorrow, while the roots of a peculiar colossal tree delve deep into this eerily shaped coffin. At least struggle until the very end. The dream suddenly plunges downward as Lamia's sorrowful voice reaches your ears. But why does it have to end this way? But I thought you were super lucky and invincible, like the heroes from those stories. So why does it have to be here of all places? Because words painfully tear through your lips. Death is not the end. Lamia freezes momentarily. She can sense something is different in you, but she cannot determine exactly what has happened. Last but not least, the red sludge turns and envelops the last human. April 1st, dawn has arrived. We will continue to search for our path even in death, marching in the parade as corpses. Indeed, we shall.
新たな選択は予期せぬ変化をもたらすでしょうか。もしそれがあなたなら。もう孵化が始まったの？無事に誕生するのを見届けましょう。これくらいなら別件にもならないはず。あなたの運命は決まってまばってしない。さあ見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まってまばってしない。あなたの運命をまばたきしないで。さあ幕を見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。
Moving on. Okay, more hetero creatures it
他に
seems.
も客人が。そうね。それなら少し労力を節約できそうですが。面白くありませんね。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。結末はただまばたきしないで。さあ、見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まっています。まばたきしないで。結末はただ一つ。まばたきしないで。あなたの運命は たの運命は決まってまばたきしないさあ幕を見せてあげるあなたの知らない景色を
Okay, on to the next target point. Three. Egg.
指揮官
全力であなたを戻ってきてください指揮官命では必ず私たちの関係は
正解は君しかいないのです。
会いたかったで
まだ成熟の時ではない
Okay, now I am tired, so we're gonna finish the rest of this in another stream later today after I get up. So, thanks for everyone that tuned in, and I will be seeing you in a couple hours. Bye-bye.